The revolution will not be televised. The revolution is here. Yeah, it's common sense with DJ Premier. We gon' help y'all see clear. It's real hip-hop music from the soul, y'all. Yeah, check it. Yeah. The perseverance of a rebel, I drop heavier levels, it's unseen or heard. A king with words, can't knock the hustle, but I've seen street dreams deferred. Dark spots in my mind where the scene occurred. Some say I'm too deep, I'm in too deep to sleep. Through me, Muhammad will forever speak Greek. Brothers with handshakes on ghetto landscapes, where a man is determined by how much a man makes. Pop cognacs and spit old raps with young cats with cigarettes in their ear. Nigga rich they appear under the FUBU is the guru. That's untapped. Wanna be in the rat race but ain't ran one lap. Ran so far from the streets that you can't come back. You tripping with nowhere to unpack. Forgot that. Rap, real, something you feel. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. Hey, this is rap. This is rap for real. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for the black people. In front of 2-inch glass, some Arabs, I order fries. Inspiration when I write, I see my daughter's eyes. I'm the truth. Across the table from corporate lies, immortalized by the realness I bring to it. If Revolution had a movie, I'd be theme music. My music can either fight, fuck a dream to it. My life is one big rhyme, I tried to scheme through it. Through my shell, never knew what the divine to bring through it. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want millions. More than money saved, I wanna save children. Dealing with alcoholism and Afrocentricity. A complex man drawn off of simplicity. Reality is frisking me. This industry will make you lose intensity. The common sense in me remembers the basement. I'm Morpheus in this hip-hop matrix, exposing fake shit. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for the black people. Hey, this is rap. This is rap for real. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real. Some days I take the L to jail with the real world. Got on an 87, sat by this little girl. She recited raps, I forgot where they was from in them. She was saying how she make brothers come. I started thinking, how many souls hip-hop has affected? How many dead folks this art resurrected? How many nations this culture connected? Who am I to judge one's perspective? Though some of that shit y'all pop to it, I ain't relating. If I don't like it, I don't like it. That don't mean that I'm hating. I just wanna innovate and stimulate minds. Travel the world and penetrate the times. Escape through rhythms in search of peace and wisdom. Raps and smoke signals letting the streets know I'm with them. But now I appreciate this moment in time. Ball players and actors be knowing my rhymes. It's like, and you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. Hey, this is rap. This is rap for real. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for the black people. And you know, yes you know. This is rap, confidence. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. Hey, this is rap. This is rap for real. And you know, yes you know. This is rap for real, something you feel. You know, and you know. Oh, yeah.
Stay away.
I told you I need a
No,
man.
I don't got anything for you, man.
Excuse me.
Get out of my face.
Common?
yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to bother you. I just
And this is what it feels like. And this is what it feels like. Look, the only reason I survive cause a nigga is get special first. You get successful, then it get stressful thirst. Niggas gon' test you, see what your texture's worth. Diamonds and pipes, one of them pressure burst. Street niggas, still I get checks and spurts. I'm for peace, but before I get pressed, I murk. Better days pray for, but expecting worse. At this level, bullshit, I'm just less concerned. Cruising in the 6, looking at the proceeds of rap music on my wrist. Drop another mixtape, my shit booming out this bitch. Young Malcolm, I'm the leader of the movement out this bitch. Look, and this is what it feels like. Reach a level, make you question, is it real life? All the weed good, all the pussy real tight. And the only rule, keep your dollar bills and right. This is what it feels like. And this is what it feels like. And this is what it feels like. And this is what it feels like.
Scorpion bricks, way before Orbeez double disc. 40 on my lap, clap, sound like 40 did the mix. Filtered bass, Sivco, like a Michelin star chef. Kiss to my wrist, I go dummy with my left. IRS on my dick, try to audit all my checks. Too late, you know they hate when you become more than they expect. You let them crackers storm your capital, put their feet up on your desk, and yet you talking tough to me. I lost all my little respect, I'm selling weed in the open, bringing folks home from the feds. I know the payback gon' be me. I'm saving all my little bread, pray for me, y'all. One day I'ma have to pay for these thoughts. Real niggas is extinct, it ain't safe for me, my dog. They killing niggas in their own hood, that makes sense to you at all. You burnt your bridge to the other side, you know you can't swim across. Y'all know niggas can't swim, they fried Mike after he died. Y'all know niggas can't win, you never land, no joke aside. I arrived on the day Fred Hampton got hold up, assassinated, just to clarify further. What y'all gave birth is the chairman mixed with Jeff Ford. Big step on the jet with my legs crossed. Black stones on my neck, y'all can't kill Christ. Black Messiah is what I feel like. Shit ain't gonna stop till y'all spill blood. We gon' turn up even more since y'all killed
cuz. And this is what it feels like. 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 Feels like.
As he fucking should.
And this is what it feels like.
Feel so fucking good.
And this is what it feels like. And this is what it feels like.
Feel so fucking good.
And this is what it feels like.
Alright. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee. Black at you. Know what I mean? With another RBG pill show. What's really hood out there, family? Know what I mean? Let's get some ones out there. Let's make sure y'all can hear us clear before we get into this. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let's see. Shout out to Miss Yum Num, Miss Good Sis. And yes, Renee's right here. Shout out to Faulkner. Shout out to New. Shout out to Mock. Shout out to Lord Bell. Shout out to Nisi. Let's see who else came up in here. Morse was good. Do the Knowledge Radio was good. Hit me up too later. Albella, Stephanie. Who else? Pookie, what up? Maurice was good. Bruh Rob, what up? Aisha Bass was good. Who else came up in here? Who else? Did I get everybody to chew what's going on? Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening and slide through. Know what I mean? What's really hood though, family? Q Hefner, what up? Paul Ridge was good. All right. Yeah, Renee, what's going on? How you tonight?
I'm well. How are you, Psycho?
I'm good. Whoa, you got a lot of noise going on over there.
Oh, you heard that? I was moving my laptop, so.
Oh yeah, I totally heard that. But yeah, you
okay. Good. Yeah, I was like shifting it around, but okay. I had to get it, adjusted or whatnot. But yeah, I'm in here. Peace, everybody. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody who's listening, who will listen. We appreciate y'all. Yeah, so we kind of have a special edition, so to speak, I guess. So tonight we're gonna be getting it in, y'all. We're gonna be discussing and basically reviewing the film Judas and the Black Messiah that recently was released on February 12th. It will be spoilers. And for most people, if you are familiar with the Fred Hampton story, Chairman Fred Hampton story, you pretty much know, if you've done the knowledge on that, if you've done the history on it. But yeah, there will be spoilers. So if you have not seen it and you don't want details, unfortunately, this may not be the stream for you right now. So, but yeah, so we've both watched it.
Yeah, go watch it tonight and bring your black ass over here afterwards and then listen to our review.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, we're going to go in full-fledged, we're going to really dig into this whole story. So we're going to get it in tonight, y'all.
For sure. You wanted to, how you wanted to start this? You want to start off with the articles first, or you want to?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, I'll start with this article because I think it kind of frames everything, and it kind of introduces the director of the film, so we kind of have an understanding of who he is. And then we'll get into our personal views on the film. We're going to get into the real characters in the film, who a lot of them were, what went down. We definitely are going to dig into William O'Neill. So it's going to be a lot of things. But let me go ahead and read this article first. And y'all, I'm sorry, I'm a little stuffy today. So, and y'all, listen, shout out to everybody who's in this deep freeze. Y'all stay warm. Y'all do what y'all got to do, because we've been dealing with below zero temperatures for highs. I don't mean it feels like, no, like the actual temperature being a high of -2, -3, -6, -9. Yeah, we've been going through that for about a week here in the Midwest, you feel me? Along with snow, and yeah, it's been crazy. But anyway, rolling blackouts. So hopefully nothing goes down during this show. All right, so this article comes from NPR. Director Shaka King's journey from Newlyweds to Black Messiah. As the current chairman of the Black Panther Party Cubs, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. Was guarded by the way. That's how he likes to be referred to, and he is Chairman Jr. But anyway, as the current chairman of the of the Black Panther Party Cubs, Fred Hampton Jr. was guarded when he heard a studio wanted to make a movie about his late father, Fred Hampton, with good reason too. The elder Hampton was a fiery and charismatic chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party. The FBI had its eye on him through a program called COINTELPRO, where they would infiltrate groups like the Black Panthers and use information to launch disinformation smear campaigns. Hampton was in the midst of corralling disparate multiracial groups under the banner of the Rainbow Coalition. The idea was to organize these groups to fight poverty and police brutality. Then Chicago police shot and killed Hampton and another member of the Black Panther Party, Mark Clark, in an early morning raid. In an interview, Hampton Jr. pointed out others have tried to make this movie without coming correct. No knowledge or respect for the legacy of Hampton and the Illinois Black Panther Party. Legacy, he said, is more important than our life. This is what director Shaka King was thinking about when he signed on to make Judas and the Black Messiah, the new movie about the life of Fred Hampton through the eyes of William O'Neill, the man who infiltrated the Black Panthers on behalf of the FBI. The pitch he got from the movie's co-writers, Kenny and Keith Lucas, was a movie about Hampton and O'Neill that was like Martin Scorsese's gangster film, The Departed, but set inside the world of COINTELPRO. It didn't take much beyond that. I was like, I see it, I'm done, I'm in, said King. The result is a tense, thrilling movie that draws as much from the talented Mr. Ripley as it does The Departed, packaging Hampton's radical politics beneath the sheen of high-budget movie making. Diane, who plays Hampton's partner, Deborah Johnson, now Akua Njeri, says she trusted King with Hampton's legacy, his confidence and ability to make an authentic story, but not at the cost of somebody's life. She said helped her feel more comfortable to make the acting choices she made. This big, complex movie with stakes bigger than one person's life is a big jump from King's first movie, 2013's Newlyweds. That movie tells the story of a young couple in Brooklyn who smoke a lot of weed. Okay, psycho. Nah. It's tender and funny, hitting the same notes as movies from other indie darling directors such as John Swanberg or the Duplass brothers. And it got decent buzz when it went around the festival circuit. The Film Independent Spirit Awards gave King the Someone to Watch Award, which came with a $25,000 grant. But after that initial fanfare, King struggled to find buyers for the movie. I was so depressed after making Newlyweds, he said. It was a movie starring two Black actors who no one knew. And at that time, that was deemed worthless, said King. 2013 wasn't that long ago, but it was before what a friend of King's ironically dubbed the Black Excellence Industrial Complex, when movie studios realized you can make a lot of money releasing films by and starring Black people. Okay, surprise. Selma, Moonlight, Black Panther, and so on. The experience with Newlyweds burnt King out on the idea of making another feature film. I stopped caring, he said. Judas and the Black Messiah producer Charles D. King didn't know that about director Shaka King. As the head of Macro, which produces movies and TV shows by people of color, including Judas, Charles King is possibly one of the biggest names in the Black Excellence Industrial Complex. From his perch as producer, he's seen young directors struggle with getting the momentum going for a second movie, particularly women and people of color. Lord. So he wasn't surprised King felt the same way. It was before the Oscar So White moment of 2015, said King. A lot's happened since then. There's much more of an openness and I think an understanding of the business opportunity there. After Newlyweds, what tethered director King to the idea of movie making was a kind of silly, kind of outrageous idea he had rolling around in his head for a short satire titled Mulligans. after the Italian slur for black people that used to be heard frequently on the streets of Brooklyn. In it, King and two other actors played three black guys who talk like they're out of the Italian mobster movies King had such a fondness for. It was slightly inspired by his time growing up in mostly black part of Brooklyn before going to school in South Brooklyn. There he noticed that everyone, the Irish kids, the Greek kids, the Jewish kids, the Asian kids, all talk like the Italian kids. And those kids were hilarious, said King. This is almost over, y'all. They were profane, they were quick-witted. We weren't friends, but I could appreciate their sense of humor. The movie has a spirit and feel of hanging out with your friends while it's concisely makes points about gender politics, race, and gentrification. Just pay attention, y'all. It reminded King of the sheer fun of making something just to see if you can. The movie saved me, he said. It saved me. King brought that energy to the challenge of making Judas and the Black Messiah, a movie about a black radical anti-capitalist within the very capitalist world of Hollywood. I'm completely aware of the myriad of contradictions that exist not only to try and make a movie like this, but me just wanting to have the kind of career I want to have and the politics that I have and all of those things coexisting, he said. Fred Hampton Jr. was a consultant for the movie and on set during production. When I spoke with him, he said he was only just now able to watch the movie through the eyes of a regular audience member. He liked it well enough, though he wished they could have gotten some more of the politics in there. Then he smiled and said, a revolutionary is never satisfied. So, all right, y'all, that's the article, giving a little background. I wanted to give that some context to the conversation so we kind of understand who was behind the film. We kind of understand who directed it and, you know, those elements that are in place. So, yeah. Psycho?
Yeah, you was waiting for me?
Yeah, you want to say anything on that?
My fault. No, not a whole lot about the, director. I mean, it's not surprising that they chose Fred Hampton to make a movie about. Mm-hmm. It's very popular in today's times to go back into the 60s and make these movies. We're seeing a lot of movies being made about the 60s. Well, actually, even more than just the 60s, but mainly the 60s. Because, that was the it time, right? Like, that was the most, like, you can't think of a decade that was more impactful to black people than from 1960 to 1969. Like, those 10 years, like, it's other years, of course, but those 10 years, that one decade, the 60s, like, that was a huge impact on black people and how they live in this country. All types of things happened there. And then you had all the other dynamics going on at the same time too, like the war efforts and everything else, which was what the white liberals was fighting for at that time. The Black Panthers, who I do criticize for this, actually started working with these white groups, these anti-war groups and everything, these ultra-white liberals that kind of took over the country as decades went past. But, in the early days, they was out there marching, protesting, being chained down to trees and all types of other stuff, protesting the war. So they was protesting something different than what we was protesting. We was fighting for liberation. They was fighting to get their brothers and kids home from Vietnam, because people was dying at a large rate. And, you had a lot of them draft dodging and everything else, ducking the war. It was a very tumultuous time in this country all the way around the board, outside of just what we had going on. So it was a lot of different dynamics in play during the 60s. And, they kind of touched on this stuff in the movie. I don't feel like they did a well enough job, putting all that in context. I don't know if you want to get too deep into it right now. You want to start getting into the movie part of it? Yeah. Let's get into the movie, because so we can kind of deal with some of the issues surrounding it, and like I said, our personal opinions on the film. So let's just go ahead and dive in. So basically, the film
is about more so William O'Neill than it's about Fred Hampton per se. Fred Hampton, of course, is the extreme part of this. He is the Black Messiah, and we know that William O'Neill is the Judas. But it dealt more so with his becoming an informant and kind of the things that he did and was willing to do, that ultimately took the life of Fred Hampton, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., and took the life of Mark Clark, and hurt so many people, and hurt the movement, hurt the community, and we know from there a lot of things that took place. And so I just want to give a little context on some of the real characters, a slight background, on some of the focal points. And Psycho, this is that second article of Who's Who in Judas and the Black Messiah, a character guide, just so people kind of have an understanding. People who may have watched the film and didn't do further research, or maybe watched the film and really didn't know too much about the situation before watching it. All right, so I kind of want to start at the top with William O'Neill. He was played by Lakeith Stanfield, which I thought they did a really good job in casting this character. Like, I thought this was on point. I thought he actually did a really good job acting. From what I understand, after having played this character, he had to have some therapy behind it. William O'Neill became an informant for the FBI around the age of 17. And that's something I want to get into when I give my kind of breakdown of the film. I'm going to give y'all these parts first. Around the age of 17, after he was arrested driving a stolen car across state lines. After the saga depicted in Judas and the Black Messiah, he participated in the Federal Witness Protection Program in 1973. He took on the alias of William Hart and moved to California. He died in 1990, and a medical examiner determined the cause of death was suicide. King's film is bookended with footage from the documentary Eyes on the Prize, which, by the way, is available on YouTube. Psycho's actually going to play a little piece in which O'Neill is interviewed about his participation in the Bureau investigation that amounted to the death of Fred Hampton, and how he felt about being both the Black Panther and an informant. All right. Next, we're going to get to Daniel Kaluuya, okay, who played Fred Hampton. Just a quick, background on Fred Hampton. I will hope many people know, but many people don't. Hampton was only alive for 21 years, but he lived a full life in that time. In high school, he led his school's interracial committee and became active in the NAACP, leading the West Suburban Branch's Youth Council. Among his work as a budding activist and gifted speaker in his hometown of Maywood, Illinois, Hampton advocated for a community pool. Decades later, the town named it after him. The work prepared him for his role as chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party and his efforts in creating the Rainbow Coalition, a diverse group comprised of members of the Latinx Young Lords, the White, and more, which tackle issues of poverty, anti-racism, corruption, police brutality, and housing in Chicago. The FBI began investigating Hampton in 1967, a year before the Bureau recruited O'Neill to infiltrate the Illinois Black Panther Party, and 2 years before a raid on Hampton's apartment resulted in his murder, when the Chicago Police Department opened fire on the chairman and other Black Panther Party members sleeping in his home. Before his death, he was expecting a child with fiancée Deborah Johnson, now known as Akua Njeri, who was with Hampton when he was pulled out of bed and fatally shot. All right, so that's a little bit on Fred Hampton. Then we have, and I will give my opinions on that casting in a minute. But I will go ahead and talk about Akua Njeri, she was Deborah Johnson at that time. She later did change her name, and she was expecting a child with Fred Hampton Jr. or Fred Hampton Sr. And they were in a relationship. So portrayed in the film, and Dominique, actress by the name of Dominique Fishback, played her, which I thought it was excellent casting. Excellent. Portrayed in the film by Dominique Fishback, Akua and Jerry, known in the film's timeline as Deborah Johnson, met future fiance Fred Hampton when she was a student at Chicago's Wilbur Wright College. True to the deep bond they share in King's film, their first conversation was about poetry. During her time as a Black Panther, she helped solicit doctors to volunteer their time at the Black Panther Party clinics, organized the party's celebrated free breakfast program, and gathered donations for the community. She and her son, Fred Hampton Jr., consulted on Judas and the Black Messiah. There's Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. All right, so then Roy Mitchell, the agent played by Jesse Plemons, who recruits O'Neill as an informant, had a real-life extensive history getting intel for the FBI. According to his obituary in the Chicago Tribune, he, quote, specialized in persuading witnesses to talk. Mitchell had 9 informants within the Black Panthers, y'all, leading up to the assassination of Fred Hampton. Judas and the Black Messiah isn't the first time that Mitchell has had his work represented in a film. In 1964, he helped solve the murder of 3 civil rights workers. Okay. A case that inspired the movie Mississippi Burning. Interesting. All right, so then we go to J. Edgar Hoover. The late FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, oversaw the formed dismantling of the Black Panther Party by means of a counterintelligence program known as COINTELPRO. The FBI used the program initially in the 1950s to target communist figures in America, and as seen in Judas and the Black Messiah, its tactics included monitoring and harassing supposed perpetrators of political dissent. The Chicago Sun-Times released documents to show Hoover was explicitly involved in the raid to kill Fred Hampton. Judas and the Black Messiah screenwriters Keith and Kenny Lucas explained to Vulture, "We didn't even know that. We made some artistic choices to include Hoover in our narrative and have him conscious and aware of what was happening. But that wasn't active. We made an assumption and it turned out to be correct." So basically, for literary license, in the film, you will see Hoover, instructing all of these officers and all of these agents in terms of going after the Black Panther Party, going after Hampton, kind of spooking them in terms of, you basically don't want to see a nigger with your daughter type of thing. And coincidentally, he was heavily involved in the assassination of Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. Okay. Let me get to a couple more of these people and then people that were involved. Algie Smith, who plays Black Panther Spurgeon Winters in the film, admits that there isn't a lot of information available about the man his character is based on. But 19-year-old Winters' history is an important part of Chicago Black Panther Party history, as his death during a police shootout that resulted in the deaths of 2 officers undoubtedly inspired Hoover to take more extreme measures. Hampton will be assassinated just weeks later. So in the film, he's, when they have the shootout with the police, and it's the woman and the man in there, they're having that whole shootout, he's the one that got killed. His name was Spurgeon Winters, and they called him Jake. All right, a couple more people. George W. Sams was convicted of murder during the New Haven Black Panther.
All right, shout out to Tia and Tom. Appreciate the super chat. I was supposed to go see it this weekend. Was it good? It's worth the watch. It's worth the watch. We're gonna get into it.
All right, so I'm just gonna finish a couple of these characters, then we're gonna give our actual personal view. George W. Sams was convicted of murder during the New Haven Black Panther trials in 1970, pertaining to the kidnapping, torture, and murder of Black Panther Alex Rackley, who was wrongfully suspected of being an informant. Speaking in the trial, the accused Sams claimed that he was acting under the orders of Bobby Seale. But the Panthers believed, as does King's Film, that Sam was the actual informant. That's an element to this film. A deeper dive into the trial and the case can be found here, and they have where you can. I may look further into that. All right, Jimmy Palmer. In Judas in the Black Messiah, a character named Jimmy Palmer, played by Ashton Sanders, attempts to stand against police harassment and then dies suspiciously at a hospital. The character is not based on a real man, but is representative of the various Black Panthers who face police violence. According to Newsday, 10 Black Panthers were killed by police from April of 1968 to Hampton's assassination on December 4th, 1969. Panther attorney Charles Gary claimed at the time that police killed 28 members over the course of 2 years, y'all. Palmer's fictionalized fate does line up somewhat with the story of slain Black Panther member Larry Roberson, who was not depicted in King's Film. So anyway, I can put this link to this in the chat room, and y'all can do a deeper dive into some of the people that were featured in the film. A lot of them were actual real people. Some of them were like combinations of people. And then as you can see, some of it was just inspired by, in general, things that were taking place. So y'all, the film is really deep. Psycho, you want to go ahead and go first? And then I'll go after you?
Yeah, I can get into it.
All right, go ahead.
Well, the answer to Tia and Tom's question again, I feel like the movie, it's worth the watch, worth watching one time. I don't know how much you'll watch it afterwards. It's okay, but like a lot of movies that's based on our history, everything isn't exactly accurate. A lot of it is, some of it isn't. Some of the, they had to add certain things on for theatrical purposes, entertainment, quote unquote, plus they trying to crunch it into a movie and everything. Cause I know, they broke down, how Fred Hampton and his girl got together and everything. And, first of all, the movie opens up with Wild Bill, which was his street name. But before he even got down with the Panthers, and he pretty much was a hustler, right? A con man, right? He pretty much was in the stolen cars, right? He was in the Grand Theft Auto, right? He got caught trying to steal somebody's car, fronting like he was a cop, and he got busted. And when he got busted, this is around the time where the Panthers was starting to make a little bit of noise in the Chicago area. So, J. Edgar Hoover, who was the director of the FBI, had his eyes on the Panthers for a couple of years at this point, since their inception in 67. So anywhere the Panthers sprouted up at, he made sure to send some agent, actually a few agents down to, pretty much do what they do, All right, I appreciate that, y'all. But shout out to you. He said Hollywood purposely uses non-Black Americans to play our icons. They miss no opportunity to slight our people. It is not by accident or happenstance. I agree. I'm about to get into all that. But so he at the time, he got popped by the cops, and the pigs came up to him, and they do what the pigs do. Actually, it wasn't even the pigs, it was the FBI that took over, because he was stunting like he was an FBI agent. And a real FBI agent came and approached him and asked him what his political views was. They had to try him out. They had to test him, see if he was some militant, or was he just a regular old average Joe Black dude that's just trying to get by and don't really have no allegiance to the quote unquote people, right? Pretty much like a lot of Negroes that run around here today. Y'all know the same type motherfuckers are floating around in the 60s. So he was filling them out, see if he was one of those types, right? That just really didn't give a fuck, you know. And he ended up being one of those I just don't give a fuck type dudes, you know. He was a me guy, right? So, you know, he agreed to infiltrate the Panthers and, you know, pretty much divulge information to the agents that was observing the Panthers and shit. So, you know, he was on his informant shit, you know, everything else. And, you know, if you know the history of Fred Hampton, they kept it kind of close to the vest for the most part. I mean, it's really not a lot of history to really talk about with Fred Hampton, because I got to mention this. Fred Hampton died. He was only like 21 years old at his death, right? Like a lot of stuff Fred Hampton did, he did from the ages of like 18 to 21. We only talking like a 3-year time frame, right? So he really didn't have a lot of time to really flourish to what a lot of people believe he was going to become. And I believe it too, you know, because for a 21-year-old, he had an old soul. You know, he spoke like somebody in the mid-30s or early 40s who lived a lot of life, right? He had a world of wisdom for somebody at that early age, and a lot of knowledge too. You can tell he did a lot of studying. And all this is pre-internet, by the way. All this is pre-internet. And, you know, it's actually fascinating how much he was able to learn, you know, at that amount of time without the internet and without being behind bars. Because, you know, a lot of people back then did a lot of studying and reading and educated themselves when they was in jail, because, you know, it wasn't a whole lot else to do besides study, right? You know, you're just sitting there all day. You have nothing better to do, so they had to entertain themselves through reading. Right, and through that you get education, right? You learn. But he didn't have those issues, right? He did this on his own. You know, he did this because he was thirsting for the knowledge and everything else. And yeah, I want to play a little clip. Matter of fact, this is a good time for me to play this clip for me to show y'all just how sharp he was and how on point his mindset was at such an early age. You know what I mean? So let's get into this clip real quick, family. Then I'll come back and finish discussing Fred Hampton in the movie. So let's get into it.
You basically knowing my ideology, basically you know me knowing yours, you can support some of our programs. Is that what you're saying? Why not? And you believe in programs like the Breakfast with Children program and free health clinics? Right on, brother?
We believe they're good things.
Uh-huh.
As a focal point to organize their mothers and fathers.
Uh-huh.
Peace.
Mm-hmm. There's no educational program here?
That's come out of social action. You know, you set that up, bro. I mean, we can't put everything on one piece of paper.
What about this bank?
Credit union?
Mm-hmm.
Credit union. Credit union, my brother.
Is a bank.
Are you hip to credit unions? It is a bank.
Yeah, you go and borrow money?
Yeah, it's a bank. It's a bank. Owned by the people, run for the people, and by the people.
What will money be given out to people for?
Well, the people would decide that. You want to buy, you know, whatever, you know, the people in the community decide. You need some living room furniture, maybe? You need a car, maybe?
See, the thing is with me, you dig, I need to know some more about it. I wish you had some more literature about the educational thing here. Because you dig, as far as we're concerned in the struggle, the way we look at struggle is that this depends on the educational thing, you dig. Because
this depends on the education. Well, the whole thing.
No, but in the end, this does. You can form this with no education. You can form this.
No, not the way we're talking about forming it. You know, right. We're talking about forming it right. You know, it's not on the paper. We didn't write it on the paper.
Form it right with no education.
No.
Let me give you an example. Yomo Kenyatta formed the excellent revolution with no education. And on the day of the end thing, Yomo told the motherfucker, said, well, you know, you've been educated to hate the enemy, but I'm your brother. I help you lead the revolution. Now I'm more pressure. Another example, Papa Doc in Haiti. Papa Doc in Haiti hated everything white. Man, you couldn't put this white paper in front of Papa Doc's face, but he moved all the white people out and he took over and be the president. He did, causing no education. And the people that have been educated, they just said that we don't hate the motherfucking white people, we hate the oppressor, whether he be white, black, brown, or yellow. So we got to know the educational program to find out what is going to be in the finale. A lot of people, Jomo Kenyatta is called not a revolutionary, but an ex-revolutionary. So is Papa Doc. They brought on a successful revolution. That thing in under my eyes was a bitch. Bantu freedom fighters, all that kind of action. What we saying is the end. But you don't judge Castro now. You can't do it. Nobody in this room could judge whether Castro's going to be a revolutionary or not. You know what I mean? We're talking about things, you know what I mean, with China, the People's Republic, and even at the stage they're in now, talking about even going on further into a communistic state. That's what we're talking about. That was a revolutionary. So we got to understand here the educational program that you have to be able to figure out whether it will go on the right lines where the people will end up in a situation where they can be able to really control themselves. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, the people to take this local foundation and start stealing money because they won't be really educated to why it's the people's thing anyway. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, you have neo-colonialism instead of colonialism, like you got in Africa 9, like you got in Haiti. So what we're talking about is there has to be an educational program. That's very important. As a matter of fact, it's so important for us that a person has to go through 6 weeks of our political education before he can consider himself a member of the party, able to even run down ideology for the party. Why? Because if they don't have an education, then they're nowhere. You dig what I'm saying? They're nowhere because they don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. You might get people caught up in the emotionalist movement. You understand me? You might get them caught up in because they're poor and they want something. And then if they're not educated, they want more. And before you know it, they'll be capitalists. And before you know it, we'll have Negro imperialists.
And there y'all go, family. And there y'all go. Really sharp brother, you know what I mean? Sitting here talking to these old heads, and he had the most sense at the table. First of all, I want y'all to peek the beginning of the clip. The old heads in them, they really wasn't concerned about what motherfuckers did with the money, right? Like, I want y'all to peek some of the things that happen with these people that are control of the funds, right? These motherfuckers are just willing to just throw funds around and everything else, like, because Fred Hampton was like, okay, I see y'all willing to do this, and this, but I see nothing here about the education system. You know, like, what are y'all going to do about the education? And old boy was like, you know, well, I don't care what you do. You know, whatever y'all do with the money, y'all do with the extra money. You know, you want to get some living room furniture, a new car, whatever, you know, like, pretty much, you know, if you want to put into education, that's on you to come out of your pocket. And, you know, I'm assuming that you want a car, a house, or something out of all this, right? You know, I know you like money. You know how these types start coming after you, right? Like, I know you like money, right? Like, I know you like money. Who don't like money? Don't you want to make some money? You know, that's pretty much how he approached them. And he was like, he started breaking down the importance of education in the community, and we can't be poo-pooing this. Like, I don't know what type of shit y'all on, but let me just break down where I'm at with it. And then he started schooling the motherfuckers on exactly what his mindset is and what he's trying to push out for the community, what his goals are, his ultimate goals. And it seemed like they was kind of on the same page, and then he started talking some other shit. And yeah, I saw all that in that conversation, and it showed that Fred Hampton was actually a genuine dude. I can't say too much about the motherfuckers he was talking to, but so, you know, that was just to get y'all idea of, you know, the mindset this young man had at a very early age, and he was deemed as a threat. Another key thing they left out of the movie, which actually bugged me, was the whole Chicago 7 trial that was very big at the time. You know, this is the infamous trial where because the Chicago 7 was it was the Democratic Convention, right, going on in 68. The Democratic Convention going on in 68 before the election. This is when Richard Nixon was running for office, and there was a protest going on that they wanted to do at the Democratic Convention to try to stop the war efforts, right? Now, Fred Hampton and them, Fred Hampton, the Chicago chapter, they started buddying up with a bunch of groups out there. Then they spoke on this in the movie, which was it was deemed the Rainbow Coalition, right? Not that Rainbow Coalition with Messy Jesse, but the original Rainbow Coalition, which was him linking up with this what was their name? It was the Young Patriots, which was a bunch of Southern sympathizers that moved up to Chicago and everything else. Bunch of poor, rural white people that had moved up to Chicago felt like they was being discriminated against because they was dumb, poor white folk, and they had their own little agendas going on. And then you had the Hispanic group over here. I think it was the Young Lords. I think they was called Hispanic group up there in Chicago. And they had their little issues going on. So Fred Hampton linked up with these two groups and they started calling themselves the quote unquote Rainbow Coalition. Now I got a problem with this. This is one thing I don't agree with Fred on, which was he was very into the whole allies thing. I don't think that's the best idea for black folk, but that's a whole different topic. But this is what happened. I'm just discussing history right now. This is what happened, and this is what he did. And they touched on this a little bit, but what happened was in the midst of all this, the Democratic Convention thing had went down, and there was the police had went out there and started stirring up riots and everything else, little outbursts and everything. They had some, pretty much looked like some of the BLM shit that you saw over the summer, right? But it was like a big thing though, because it was like a lot of people got hurt and everything else, gassed and all this other shit. A bunch of white people, I should say. Bunch of white people. Really wasn't a lot of black people, right? But ultimately, Bobby Seals was out there, even though he was only out there for 4 hours, because Fred Hampton actually asked Bobby Seals to come out from Oakland to do a speech out there. He flew out there, was only out there for about 4 hours, went back to Oakland. All that shit went down out there, out in the convention and all that shit. And they started locking people up. And they went and got Bobby from all the way out in motherfucking Oakland, got his ass back out to Chicago. And while he was in trial, this is like the infamous, I don't know if y'all know, but there was an infamous picture, a drawing from the court hearings when the whole Chicago 7 thing happened, where Bobby Seals is sitting down in the chair with his mouth gagged and everything else because he didn't have his lawyer present. His lawyer was out in Oakland and he wasn't able to come out because he had got sick and he wanted to represent himself, and the judge wouldn't let him, and Bobby kept protesting during the trial, and they hit him with like a whole bunch of contempt of court and everything else, and they was trying to get him to shut up, and he wasn't going to shut up, so because he going to defend himself, and ultimately they ended up gagging him and all types of shit. But anyways, Fred Hampton was a big part of all this, and they really didn't discuss this in the movie. They politely glanced over it and kept it pushing. But I thought that was a big deal because that was the day he made his infamous speech where he started saying, well, one of those days after the trial was when he made his infamous speech outside the courthouse where he said, I am a revolutionary, right? And this, that, and the third, the whole revolutionary speech that's famous of his, that was outside the courthouse when the whole hearings was going on with Bobby Seale. And they just didn't even really touch on that. I was like, And they made it seem like he did that revolutionary speech at some other place where that wasn't where he actually gave the speech at, unless he gave that speech multiple times, because the time that's the infamous time that everybody remembers, he was outside. He wasn't indoors, he was outside, and he was outside the courthouse, right? Now, that was so they twisted that up a little bit. They kind of skimmed over that. That bugged me. But they started going on a little bit more, and like Renee said, the main character in the movie actually was the snitch. Wild Bill's what they called him in the streets. His name is William. I forget his last name. His last name just escaped me. But I know they called him Wild Bill. We just gonna call him the snitch, right? And it's an infamous interview about this guy, right? I already told y'all how he joined the Panthers and everything else, and how he was maneuvering inside the thing. But the whole premise behind this movie, or a lot of the premise behind this movie, came from this infamous interview he did on a documentary called All Eyes on Me. Oh no, Eyes on the Prize. My bad, I said All Eyes on Me like it's Tupac. Eyes on the Prize was the name of the documentary, and it's been on YouTube for years. If you study this stuff, you should have came across it. If you didn't, we're gonna play a little clip of it now so people can find out exactly who this guy is, the real guy, and what he was all about. So let's get into this clip real quick, and then we'll come back and finish getting into the story. Let's go.
As Malcolm X said, by any means necessary.
At this point, I question the whole purpose of the Black Panther Party. In my thinking, they were necessary. It was a shock treatment for white America to see black men running around with guns, just like black men had saw white men running around with guns. Yeah, that was a shock treatment. It was good in that extent, but it got a lot of black people hurt. My recruitment by the FBI was very efficient, very simple, really. I'd stolen a car and went joyriding over the state limit, and they had a potential case against me, and I was looking for an opportunity to work it off. And a couple of months later, that opportunity came when FBI agent Roy Mitchell asked me to go down to the local office of the Black Panther Party and try to gain membership. We tried to develop negative information to discredit him, just like we did everybody else. We, meaning the FBI, I tried to come up with signs of him doing drugs or something, and never could. He was clean. He was dedicated. I've had private conversations with him. We got along pretty well.
2 weeks later, a gun battle on Chicago's South Side further escalated tensions. A former Panther and 2 policemen were killed. The deaths provoked a response from informant William O'Neill's FBI contact.
Mitchell became more specific during that time. He wanted to know the locations of weapons caches. He wanted to know if we had explosives. He needed to know who was staying at what locations, who spent the night where. His information didn't change so much as he requested more detail, and I knew why. The shootout on the South Side had pretty much laid the foundation. Within the party, within the Black Panthers, we knew that the police would react some type of way.
Expecting police action, the Black Panthers had fortified their office. FBI informant O'Neill was now head of Panther security in Chicago.
And I remember walking out of the office and looking through a little clearing over on the next block, which was right in front of the Monroe Street address, and seeing a lot of police cars over there. And at that time, Bobby Rush came to the office. He had just come from over there, or maybe the coroner's office. In any case, we walked back over there, and we both were speechless. We just walked through the house and saw what had taken place and where he died, and it was shocking. And then I just began to realize that the information that I supplied leading up to that moment had facilitated that raid. I knew that indirectly I had contributed, and I felt it, and I felt bad about it. And then I got mad. I had and then I had to conceal those feelings, which made it worse. I couldn't say anything. I just had to continue to play the role.
FBI headquarters authorized payment of a $300 bonus to informant William O'Neill for, quote, uniquely valuable services which he rendered over the past several months, unquote.
All right, family. And there you go. Y'all got the hear from William O'Neill's his last name. I got it now. William O'Neill's last name, but y'all got to hear out his own words, a little skinny about what happened with him and the Panthers and his role in Fred Hampton's assassination. Because that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it what it is over here, right? And yes, as he said in the clip, he got so deep into the Panthers movement that he actually ended up becoming head of security. So he was deep into the chapter, right? Like, so he had access to all information, right? So if you're the head of security, you know all the moves that's being made, right? You know everything, right? You high on the top of the food chain as far as information goes, right? So he had a lot of information to give to the FBI, and one of the main bits of information he gave them was the layout to Hampton's apartment, right? Because it's crazy because let me see, 1 second, I'm slacking. Give me 1 second, family. Because as you can see, and you know what? Let me show y'all this too. After Fred Hampton got assassinated by these pigs, I want y'all to look at their face when they rolling his body out. This is the real picture of the pigs after they're rolling out Fred Hampton's body after he died. Do you see the smile on these motherfuckers' faces? These motherfuckers are cheesing for the camera. I want y'all to pay attention to that and know how the pigs viewed the Panthers, right? I want y'all to see these racist pigs' faces after they took this man out, assassinated him with his pregnant motherfucking fiance in the same motherfucking room, shooting his shit up. This is their faces after they got him. Right? I just wanted y'all to peep what their mentality was. This is another picture, a real picture of Fred, open casket, after he died. It's another sad picture. And then after the death, of course, they went out and they went investigating the assassination. And as you can see, there's a whole ass load of bullets in that door. And there was also, let's see, I can show you, deeper, because as you can see, with these gunshots in this door, all these gunshots came from the cops. These are gunshots from the outside going in, not from the inside going out. Out of all the gunfire they saw, here go Fred Hampton's room that him and his pregnant fiance was in when they shot up the place. As you can see, all these gunshots, out of all these gunshots, only one of them was fired from the Panthers. And that one shot was in retaliation. One shot came from the Panthers out of all these gunshots. Right? I just need y'all to understand this. Now, this shit happened. He got killed and assassinated because they ran up in his crib and, pretty much, planned out the assassination. And all that came from William O'Neill's information because he gave out the layout. He pretty much had an idea that it was coming. And yeah, then he turned around afterwards and started talking about how bad he felt. Right? Which is a complete joke. I don't want to hear your fake tears. And interesting fact about this, that interview took place that you just saw, I believe it was in 1989, if I'm not mistaken. He died not too long after that interview. He committed suicide not too long after that interview. He didn't live long enough to actually watch that interview take place when it aired. He never got a chance to actually watch the interview he shot because he ended up shooting himself shortly after. A lot of that probably was guilt. Could have been fear for his life, fear it might have been retaliation, who knows? I'm leaning more towards the guilt. Probably couldn't live with himself anymore. Even though he got it all out, he still couldn't live with himself, knowing that probably everybody was going to find out the truth about him. And he just couldn't live with it. And he took the easy way out. And he killed himself. Which is a cop-out. My personal opinion. That's letting him off easy. That's just me. But you know, again, you know, they touched on all this in the movie. You know, they discussed, you know, how when Fred Hampton first got shot, he got shot in his shoulder. Right? The first shot, he got shot in his shoulder. They said he was shooting all crazy at the cops. Well, if you get shot in your shoulder, and that was the first shot he caught, you're not going to be able to pick up a gun and shoot it if you got shot square in your shoulder. You're not going to be able to pick up a gun, pick it up, point it at something and shoot it because your shoulder going to be too fucked up. But somehow or another, they said he miraculously picked up his gun even after being shot in his shoulder and let off a bunch of rounds, which is bullshit. And then after he got shot and he was wounded, they came into the room, saw that he was still alive and saw he might actually make it. And then they turned around and put the gun to his head and at point blank range, pow. Now he's dead, is the famous quote that the cop said after he pulled the trigger. And they actually, you know, they didn't show the actual gunshot, but they showed the portrayal of that moment in the movie, right? And yeah, you know, and that pretty much was the gist of the movie in the skinny. You know, they touched on the life, they touched on a lot of the life of Fred Hampton. You know, they skipped over some things, and I'm about to pass to you now. I know you chomping at the bit. Yeah, you know, they slightly touched over it, and you know, it ain't the worst. It ain't the worst movie I've seen depicted of somebody. It's not the best either. I got some other critiques, but I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to Renee before I give that out because I know she wanted to touch on some things. She's been quiet, so go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would definitely want to touch on some things. First and foremost, I think that the film was really, I'm kind of torn in a lot of directions. In one way, I do feel that it was a good film in terms of the fact that you actually had the family involved. You actually had the family who did some consulting on the film. So these were people who lived it, experienced it, and really gave that personal insight. And a lot of times that's often missing in a lot of these biopics or even films that, you know, are addressing certain elements of Black history and things that our people have suffered through. Oftentimes you have white directors who, you know, kind of put their own spin on it or whatnot. So in terms of that, I give, you know, acknowledgement that the family was involved, that Akua and Jerry was involved, that Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. was involved. As I read in the article y'all heard earlier, if y'all heard that part when he said, a revolutionary is never satisfied. So there were elements of the film that he did want included, more political elements that he felt were not included. But in general, there was consultation done by them. So in terms of that part, I give some credence to that, just on the strength of that, I give it certain credence. Now, just as far as the casting, I had an issue with the casting, and I had an issue with Daniel Kaluuya. I feel like he, in general, in terms of his portrayal, I felt like it was a decent portrayal. I can't really say it was bad or anything like that, but I don't feel like he really embodied Fred Hampton, because we need an ADOS person to embody Fred Hampton. We're talking about people in terms of Fred Hampton's family, that his people came up from Louisiana in the Great Migration that happened during that era when he was young. And they had come up, even before he was born, they came up from Louisiana. They worked with the Argo, the company that makes the starch, the cornstarch, both Fred Hampton, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr.'s mother and father worked with that company. And they ended up working for them in Illinois. And so he came from that lineage. He came from that ADOS lineage, where so many of us come from, where our family members in the Great Migration, just like Bobby Seale, his family came, moved out to California. So many Black people moved out to California, moved up to Detroit, moved up to Chicago, moved up to Kansas City, St. Louis, to the north, so many places from the south. And that element of ADOS needs to be there, that the roots are missing. And the look, he did not embody him in look either. It's just, it just was off, and that was a miss for me. And that really kind of impacted me. Like, I tried to get past that, and I'm gonna get past that and get into the breakdown. But that was the issue for me. And there is always a need to do something to water down the ADOS element when we look at these movies. So when we see like Harriet and so many other films that we've discussed, that some films aren't even necessarily about a person or historical Black figure, but just about our story. Like Daniel Kaluuya was also in Queen and Slim. And this is a story, as well as the female lead in that film was also not from America. So these are people that are telling a story that is supposed to be central to like an ADOS experience, but these people don't have that. So that was a miss for me. Now to move on and get into the film, and like I said, otherwise, I think the casting was good. I think the casting was good for William O'Neill. I think it was excellent casting. I think Lakeith Stanfield did a really good job in that role. If you have to say doing a good job for that role, I think that in the film known as Deborah Johnson, I think that she played an excellent role. The looks were very similar, and I think that was a strong part in the film. And I can see that she had some input on that, clearly. So to move on, though, and I want to say this about just the story itself. I think it is something to be said that the film isn't per se about Fred Hampton, like about his past, him coming up, things that he did, how he grew, how he matured, how he got to the mindset that he had, and what ended up happening with him. I want to see that film. I want that film. I want that film with the family's input. I want that film with an ADOS lead playing him. I want that film. I need that film in my life. We all need that film. And it's kind of unfortunate we have to get this film about the person who was the traitor, the person who was the Judas. And so that's kind of another issue there as well. But I do want to say this, though. in doing so much research about it, watching the movie and doing a lot of research and everything as well, and also just taking the time to understand. And it's not to let William O'Neal off the hook in any way, shape, or fashion, but it's an important key part that he says in the film when he's first arrested by the FBI agent. And he says in the film that people are more afraid, or black people essentially are more afraid of a badge than a gun, because a badge has a system behind it. And that was heavy and that was deep for me, because you have to think about this. He was 17 years old when the FBI clicked him in with this whole thing. So we're talking about a 17-year-old, a teenager who's poor, who's trying to get off of this case and trying to keep from going to prison. That does not justify any of his actions, but it goes to show you how the system uses black people. They use a vulnerable young teenager to take down such a strong, important figure and movement. So I don't think that should be lost in this story as well. You know, when we see the image of William O'Neal when he's 40 years old, they're about 39, 40 years old when he did that interview. And we see the image, I think he was 40 at that point. We see the image of him then at 40 and him kind of almost being smug in certain ways and certain things he said then. But if we go back, he was 17 and he was 19 years old when Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. was assassinated. Okay, so we got to understand that too, how they used him. And we see they gave him a bonus of $300. You know what I'm saying? After this. And if you watch the film, at certain points when he's starting to be the informant for them, he might have got a little money thrown here or there. You see his gear kind of come up. At one point, he come in with, sunglasses and things of that nature, talking to the FBI agent or whatnot. So he was young, super, super young. And he did a lot of things and he contributed to a major downfall. And he is one of the greatest traitors in history, most definitely one of the greatest traitors in Black history. But I do not want it to be lost that he was 17 years old when they snatched him up in that situation he was in, and he was 19 when the assassination happened. Okay, so let's also understand that. I think too, in terms of the informant situation, where we find out, like I was telling y'all in the other article, that the FBI agent had 9 different informants within the Black Panther Party. He had 9 informants, and in the film it touches on another informant. I kind of read some information to y'all about that situation. So there was people, on the inside that were doing different things. There was a Panther who got away with murder, you know what I'm saying, of another Panther, based upon the other Panther supposedly being the informant, but the person who killed the informant was the informant. Okay, so you had all kind of things done. These were very young people, young men at that time, who were, a lot of them were into certain things, and they got people that they felt were vulnerable to them, and that they could use and they could utilize. And, I think we should not underestimate the power of the system. Like I said, when he said that in the film, that the badge was more powerful than the gun because the badge got a whole system behind it. That's facts, right? Because if you got the gun and it's a shootout, or you shoot them, or they shoot you, whatever the case may be, that may go down. But let's say you live, you survive, whatever. There's a whole system that's still in place that's going to facilitate the white side of things. It's going to facilitate the police and the FBI and everything that they do. And we see how strong that is, that there was no officers charged in Fred Hampton's assassination. We see nobody have to go down when it was determined that there was only a single shot that ever came out of that apartment, that all of these shots were going in that they lied to the people, that they initially came out in their press conferences, and the spokespeople for the Chicago PD who came out and said they were shooting at us, they fired on us, and we ended up firing back. They already had a 14-man, basically SWAT team at pre-dawn, okay, to do what they needed to do. And this was helped by William O'Neal. It was helped by him giving them a layout of the apartment. And also we find out that he also drugged Fred Hampton, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., that he drugged him. Now it is documented, okay, that Chairman Fred Hampton had enough fentanyl in his body to kill a horse. And what was said was that many people believe that were involved surrounding what happened, that he would have died regardless. He had so much fentanyl, he would have died. Now, Akua Jury, his fiance said that at one point his eyes opened. She was on top of him, trying to get him to wake up, because they had drugged him. So he was out, and she was like beating on him, trying to get him to wake up. And she said he opened his eyes at one point. He lifted his head, he turned his head and looked, and his head went back down. So it is kind of thought that he would have overdosed. He would eventually not, it was so much fentanyl. At that time, they had the fentanyl, honey, that they used on them. And so basically, we don't know, but like she says, and Psycho was saying this, like she says in the interview in the Eyes on the Prize piece, that she heard them say when she had to come out, and she said she was so scared, of course, all of this going on, they had them come out, and I guess they handcuffed her and all of that, and she was there, and she heard them say, is he dead? And then somebody said he might make it. And then that's when she heard the 3 shots go off. And then it's like, okay, yeah, he's really dead now. So it's just so much, it's just so many layers and levels to this story. I think this story, it needs to be told. Like I said, we need Fred Hampton's, we need his real biography. We need really his real life, everything. From childhood to what ended up happening to him, because he had such a short life, but such a vast life. He was so impactful, and we need that. But I think this story also deserves to be told, because it makes a statement on the people that are within the community that participate in destroying the community by aligning with the system to do it. Not just from a standpoint of having a personal issue with another Black person, but no, actually being used by them people to come in and destroy your people. And this happens every day. And it's happened then, it's happened before then, going all the way back. This is always something that has been done. We know during slavery, we had the people that was, working on behalf of Master to keep certain things going on amongst our people. So it's been something they've always done here. And I think that story needs to be told, because we have many different Judases present in our mix. We have many historical figures and current figures who are Judases. I did want to give, though, this is supposedly the last hours of William O'Neal's life. This comes from The Reader. And it says that William O'Neal spent the last few hours of his life with his uncle Ben Hurd, a retired truck driver from Maywood, Illinois. It was Martin Luther King Day. We were just sitting around drinking beer, Hurd recalls, talking to some friends of mine. We had company. The company left, and that's when he started acting kind of strange. At 2:30 a.m., the 40-year-old O'Neal ran out of his uncle's apartment across the westbound lanes of Eisenhower Expressway and was struck by a car and killed. His death was ruled a suicide. O'Neal achieved lasting infamy in 1973 when his role in the 1969 raid in which Black Panther leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were murdered was revealed. Though O'Neal was a Panther insider to the point where he was in charge of security for Hampton and possessed keys to the Panthers headquarters and safe houses, he was at the same time serving as an informant for the FBI. Among the information a teenage O'Neal fed his FBI contact was a floor plan of Hampton's West Side apartment that was used to plan the fatal raid. After his cover was blown, O'Neal entered the Federal Witness Protection Program, assumed the alias William Hart, and moved to California. He secretly returned to Chicago in 1984. So not all who knew O'Neal will mourn, but Heard who says he knew O'Neal as well as anyone, depicts his nephew as a young man who cooperated with the FBI to reduce his own potential jail time, then got in way over his head and was forever tortured by the guilt. After their drinking buddies left in the early morning hours of King Day, interestingly enough, Herb became worried when O'Neal kept getting up to go to the bathroom. He stayed in there 10 or 15 minutes. The last time he stayed 20 minutes. He came out in a rage and he tried to jump out my living room window, which is on the second floor. I stopped him. I grabbed him by the ankles. I wrestled with him, but he broke free and ran out the door. I just had my house shoes on and pants on. I couldn't run after him like that. I couldn't have caught him anyway. There was a woman standing in front of the house and she said, "Lord, it sounds like somebody got hit on the expressway." Her ran to the ridge of the grassy slope and looked below to the Eisenhower, where he saw a prone body in a car with a broken windshield parked on the shoulder. The state police were already on the scene when Herb got a close look at the body with his flashlight. His worst fears were confirmed. The impact had torn the back of his shirt and pants off. His eyes were open. I took his pulse and it was hardly anything. After O'Neal was taken away, Herb sat in the trooper's car and listened to the deeply shaken driver tell how O'Neal had jumped out in front of him waving his arms. He tried to swerve, but it was too late. Hearst had seen O'Neal gripped by rage once before. It was last September when O'Neal ran out into the Eisenhower, was struck, but only injured. Hearst says, "I ran out on the street, but I didn't know which way he went. About 15-20 minutes later, I heard an ambulance and I said, I hope it's not Bill. I called the emergency room and it was." Hearst said O'Neal never wanted to talk about the incident. He never said why he did it or if coming so close to death had taught him anything. But I never thought he would do it again. Since he came so close, Hearst says, I never thought that he was suicidal. Okay. Heard learned of O'Neal's secret shortly after Hampton's death. I thought about some of the things he did and said. I asked him, but he denied it. But later, O'Neal told his uncle that he'd been in trouble for everything from car theft and home invasion to kidnapping and torture. He said they had someone tied up and they were pouring hot water over his head. They were trying to get him to do something. So an FBI agent told O'Neal he would take care of all of it in exchange for his infiltrating the Panthers. I think he was sorry he did what he did. He thought the FBI was only going to raid the house, but the FBI gave it over to the state's attorney, and that was all Hannaran wanted. They shot Fred Hampton and made sure he was dead. Heard says he was with his nephew the morning after the ambush when he saw the inside of Hampton's apartment. There were papers strewn all over the floor, blood all over. There was a trail of blood from where they had dragged Fred's body. Bill just stood there in shock. He never thought it would come to all this. So I just want to give that tidbit about, supposedly his last hours. This is per his uncle who was with him that same night to where he ran out on the expressway. And that was not his first time doing that. He had previously done that. So, he had a very tumultuous life, clearly, as a result of being an informant for the FBI. I definitely think he is faulted. He should be faulted. He should have blame. But also, like I said, we can't overlook the system's impact on this whole situation and how they took a teenager and they did this to him. They ended up helping this situation to happen. And wrapping up, so I'm gonna throw it back to Psycho. It just goes to show you, like, how fearful the system is of genuine Black people. Genuine. Fred Hampton was genuine in what he felt and what he did, and that's one of the reasons they couldn't get anything on him. They couldn't find anything on him because he was really about that life. And his story, like just in researching some things about him, when he was 10 years old, he was feeding breakfast to other children in his community. When he was in school, he was always active and involved in different activist type things that were going on and different scenarios going on. He was always somebody who had a care and concern for the people. And although I am not 100% in step with some of the, like Psycho said, some of the outline type of thing, what I love and appreciate about him is that he said Black power for Black people. And that's how he felt. He felt like we should have encompassed our own community of Blackness that's ran on Black power, not on the value systems of white people or anybody else. Let them do their thing. So that was part of his thing with the Rainbow Coalition, to address the issues of police brutality, because at that time, the Latin community or whatnot were experiencing certain things. Of course, nobody to the degree of what we experienced. But he was trying to find some common thread to where these people were also suffering with elements of police brutality. These people were also suffering with poor housing. These people were also suffering with poverty as well. And he was trying to find a common stream to say, okay, well, each group, we should stop some of this other stuff and focus on the system itself and getting that addressed. And then we have Black power for Black people, white power for white people, Latino power or whatever for Latino people, whatever the case may be. But we got to address these serious issues of poverty, of brutality. So, you know, such a young man, so prolific in the time that he was here. I had the honor and privilege to interview Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. twice on my show. I think it was late 2015, maybe early 2016, on the Rundown with Renee on that's when I was on Blog Talk Radio. That was before me and Psycho started, I think, doing our show. Not too long before that, but I had the honor and privilege of interviewing him twice. Once we did a show just with him and his life story and, you know, what he endured. And we did another show with Lady of Rage talking about Black women in the Black Power movement, and which was powerful. It was an honor. And I also did some work for him and his mother before. So it was just an honor and privilege to me. They are definitely Black royalty. And just to know, like, some of the things he told me about, you know, his story and coming up and how young he was when the police descended upon him. The police made it a point to him when he was a young child that they were watching him, that they were surveilling him. And that is because his father was such a threat that here you have his junior here. It was a junior. And it was like, we want to be early and start. And they started really with a lot of the things they did to his father, they did to him. Like some, you know, crazy case that, you know, they put on him, some crazy stuff with arson. He told me about, you know, they would constantly move him to different prisons. When they moved him, they would keep him by himself because his name rings bells. So off rip, they was like, we don't want him to have any type of influence over any other Black men or any other people, really, even that were locked up. We don't want him to have any influence over them, any ability to reach them in any way. So he was janked around so much by the system. He talked about when he was really young, like a teenager. They were intentionally then too going out trying to look for him. And so they were finding other young Black men who had names or similar names and bringing them in. And so they let him know. They let him know early, like, we own you. We watching you, you know? So he never had, he was born into so much pain already. He was born into a circumstance already. His mother gave birth later that month. The same month, I think his birthday is December 29th. He's a fellow Capricorn, okay. But his mother gave birth later that month. And so he was born into so much already. And he just really had so much to endure. It was, he has an incredible story. as well that really needs to be told. He has an incredible story. But it just, to me, that's royalty. That's royalty in our community, and we should treat them and respect them as such and uphold them as such. People who did so much, because his mother contributed so much to the community. And let me tell you, this woman still goes hard to this day. She never stopped her dedication to the Black community, to Black people, to Chicago. And so, we really need to give honor to them. While we're talking so much about the Judas and the traitor, we need to also recognize the Black royalty and show love and honor. So I just wanted to say that. And I got a lot more to say, but I'll pass the mic to Psycho.
Yeah. You touched on a lot. Let me see. The whole Rainbow Coalition and Allies thing, my opinions about that. Most people who listen to this channel should know my opinions about that, because I speak out against this a lot. I think this was one of the Panthers' biggest mistakes, outside of not vetting the new members properly, so you won't have these agents coming into the organization. But they was expanding so quickly, and it was kind of hard for them to regulate all this. That's what kind of like started getting bigger than than they could handle. It started becoming too much. They started becoming international. You had chapters popping up overseas and everything else, and like amongst the leadership, it wasn't so it was kind of spread thin. Huey's locked up, Bobby Seals in and out of jail. Eldridge Cleaver was considered a hothead and was liable to do anything, and he did used to say a lot of stuff, and he did start shootouts and everything else, that and third, and then he had to flee to Cuba. Was it South America? I forgot where he fled to, but he got the hell out the country. And it had all that going on. Then they took on other leadership, and they started getting even deeper involved with these white movements, these anti-war people, because part of it was because they needed funding to try to get these people out of jail and to pay for their lawyer fees and everything else. But I think they should have tried to find different avenues. I don't know. I just don't like the whole, allies thing. And to point out how much of a fucking swagger jacker and motherfucking stone cold. I gotta go old school hip hop. This motherfucker Jesse Jackson is a biter, right? He's a beat biter, straight style taker. Tell him to his face he ain't nothing but a faker. Like, this motherfucker literally took Fred Hampton's Rainbow Coalition, jacked that shit, and made his own motherfucking entity called the Rainbow Coalition. People like to give Jesse Jackson credit for coming up with the whole African American thing. Jesse Jackson didn't come up with the term African American. He's the one that pushed it. He's the one that promoted that we should be called that. But he did not come up with that term. Matter of fact, he ain't even the motherfucker who started saying that term. Martin Luther King was saying that term way back in the motherfucking mid-60s. I can play clips of him saying that shit. Way back in the mid-60s. That shit didn't become a real term until the fucking 80s when Jesse started pushing that shit. Where did he get it from? He got it from Martin Luther King. Where did he get the Rainbow Coalition shit from? He got that shit from Fred Hampton. Like, that motherfucker just, like, he ain't create shit. Jesse ain't create shit. Ambulance chasing ass Negro. Don't even get me started on him. You know what I mean? But I just thought I'd put that out there for the people. You know what I mean? My bad, I had to get on a little rant about that. But I was just only like, anyways.
Revolution has come. Time to take up the gun.
Shout out to D.A.B.A.T.E again. I appreciate the super chat. Said, peace fam. Take a moment to smash that like button if you haven't already. That's right. Do that for me, family. I appreciate that, D.A.B.A.T.E. Shout out to you. And then we got I gotta touch on this. I can't give this motherfucker a pass, yo. William O'Neal, gotta tell you, I can't give this motherfucker a pass. I know he was young. I know motherfuckers do young, dumb shit, but at 17, 18, 19 years old, in my quote-unquote post-racial era that I grew up in, quote-unquote, we all know that's bullshit, but, you know, I grew up in a different era than William O'Neal grew up in, and I knew in my era, at 17, 18, 19 years old, not to fuck with the pigs. I'll give you a story. Little short story. Me and my peoples, it's weekend, we out of town, about 4 towns, about 3-4 towns over, right? Hanging out with my peoples and shit, somebody from my basketball team and shit, you know what I mean? We out there chilling with them. And it's like a Saturday night, late night. We fuck around, hang out, so we fucking around so much, we missed the last fucking bus. Right? And we said, fuck this, we ain't want to stay up there, so we said, fuck it. We said, we young, we gonna walk home, right? It's gonna take about an hour and some change, but we gonna walk this bitch. Fuck it, we'll do it, whatever. You know, we gonna get home and shit. Our moms and shit gonna kill us for being late as fuck, but whatever. So we walking home, everything else, so we gotta walk through this white neighborhoods, right? Because it's like, because my mans and them live like in a pocket section where there's black people, and then it's the white section, and then you get back to the black section, right? Because they lived in a white town. Oh, my people's out there, they lived in a white town, but in a pocket section where, you know, where the black people were. So we had to walk through the white section. Late night, like, well, it was late. It was after 12. It was like going on 1, right? Like damn near 1 o'clock in the morning. We walking through the white section, right? So you already know. Negroes out, and they got a curfew in that town. You know, they got a 10 o'clock curfew in that town. You can't be out in that town after 10 o'clock with your sneakers on. And you can't be in that town after 10 o'clock and be black. But they gonna fuck with you, right? So, boom. So we walking through the town, trying to just get through, get home. Pigs ride by us. You're like, oh boy. They slow down. And then they motherfuckers turned around and shit, busted the U-turn. We already knew what it was. The motherfuckers turned around, pulled up right up on us, right in front of us, took us into the lot, started asking us for our name and address, all this other shit. We gave them all that. They record checked us, found out our shit was clean. And then the motherfuckers, after they found that shit out, actually, no, I was clean. My man had a warrant. And because he had a warrant, they was trying to threaten him that, you know, we might have to hold you and shit for this warrant. If we might have to hold you for this warrant. I forgot what the warrant was. It was some bullshit. He just never went to court. And he's like, we might have to hold you for this warrant, or we can take y'all over to this house that over here, X amount of miles over, and we need y'all to do us a favor. We need y'all to go up in this house and buy X amount of motherfucking coke, and then come back and bring us the coke and the money. We was like, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. I ain't going out there. No, nope. I ain't doing that shit. You know what I mean? My man's like, nah, I ain't doing that shit. And he had more to lose than me, because I ain't the one who had the warrant. He was, but I wasn't. Nah, I ain't doing that shit. I ain't setting no motherfucking dudes up. You know what I mean? This, that, third, going up in there. We teenagers. We teenagers. And I knew this as a teenager, not to fuck around with the pigs, right? Like, again, I learned this at an early age. I had bad experiences with the cops before the age of 10. Real talk. So, like, I knew not to fuck with the pigs. And I definitely knew not to be no snitch shit. I knew not to try to set no motherfuckers up. All this other shit, everything else, but they pretty much is asking us to be informants, rats, right? Like, no, I'm not doing that shit. You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourself. You better find somebody else. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna be me. You gotta do what you gotta do. And, and again, as a teenager. So, this is a man that was growing up in the 60s in the motherfucking movement with the Black Panthers, knowing the type of, like, he knows what this movement is all about. He actually seen the shit. Like, Like, and he still took it upon himself to help tear down this movie. I refuse to tear down a crack house. So if I knew as a teenager not to go out and help the cops tear down a crack house, a trap house, whatever, but he should have known as a teenager not to help these pigs take down a black organization that's here for the fucking community. I can't give him a pass for that. I can't do it. I know he was a teenager, all that, but man, he knew better. He knew better. Like, you know right and wrong at 17, 18, 19 years old. You just do. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's just how I feel about that shit. Like, I can't get this dude. I know he was 19. Nah. He deserved all the smoke. He deserved all the smoke. All of it. He's a Judas the same way William Bradley's a fucking Judas. William Bradley's the motherfucker from Newark, New Jersey, who actually put a bullet in Malcolm X, the former Nation of Islam motherfucker, right? Like, that motherfucker was a fucking Judas. He's another one, right? And to bring this back around full circle, the Spike Lee movie is what got me to dig so deep into this finding out who the real killers was, because I knew the movie had it wrong. Because I knew the story. I heard the whispers. Living in Newark my whole life, growing up in Newark, you heard the whispers about how Malcolm X's killers actually came from Newark, right? And I told this story before. I thought it was old, folklore, old wise tale, whatever. A lot of people like to, make up shit. But this shit was so prevalent in the community that after I saw the movie and everything else, and I was like, nah, I don't think this is how it happened. This ain't how motherfuckers said out here. So I started becoming religious and researching his assassination, right? Because I knew the movie was a bunch of fluff, and that's what these movies this is how people should treat these movies. These movies should trigger something in you to make you want to research this stuff even more, right? To find out whether or not the timelines were correct, right? Because, I love history. I need my timelines to be intact, right? I need to understand the temperature of the room during this time frame, what happened at what date, and did this predate this? Did this precede that? I need to know these things. Just common knowledge. I just want to know, right? Again, I just love history, right? But these things, when I watch these things, they trigger me and they make me dig deeper into a topic or whatever, and do even more research. And I think these things, people shouldn't take movie knowledge as history on its face, right? Because these things be loosely based behind the actual events, right? These things ain't, directly how it happened, no, these things are loosely based. So do your own independent research after you watch these movies to see which part the movies actually had right and which part they had wrong. So you can correct people that's coming at you with movie information, right? So that's how people should treat all these movies. If you watch them, research the actual topic after you watch them, just to find out what actually happened and what actually was just movie shit, right? That's very important. And before I pass it back to Renee, I have to touch on this ADOS topic. This ADOS topic, shit's like, yeah. I had a big, huge issue when I looked up and saw this motherfucker yet again in a motherfucking movie. I couldn't believe what the fuck I saw. I said, listen, man, Hollywood gonna stop playing with me, dog. And they gonna stop playing with y'all too. They gonna stop acting like it's only one black actor in fucking Hollywood over the last 5 years. This is getting disgusting. I am sick of seeing this motherfucker in every black movie that comes the fuck out. Every single one. I mean, this is horrible casting, by the way. I mean, look at this motherfucker. I'm about to do something that people don't normally say or don't normally do. But I want y'all to look at this picture and tell me this motherfucker is not too dark to play Fred Hampton. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I gotta say it. Because if this was a light-skinned motherfucker playing Fred Hampton, people would be losing their shit. I gotta say it. He is way too heavily melanated to play Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was brown-skinned, right? Fred Hampton was, you know, he wasn't light-skinned, but he wasn't dark-skinned either. He wasn't this dark. He's heavily melanated. Fred Hampton was brown-skinned, right? He was more Michael B. Jordan's complexion, right? He was definitely more Michael B. Jordan than this motherfucker. But somehow or another, again, this is the only black actor in Hollywood. Go figure. I mean, no matter what fucking movie I turn on Black Panther, this motherfucker on there. Get Out, this motherfucker on there. Motherfucker, that Slim and whatever that movie was, Slim and whatever, that motherfucker up in there. I turn on this motherfucker on there. This motherfucker's everywhere. Everywhere. I'm telling you, it's disgusting. Is there not any black American actors out here? I mean, y'all couldn't find an up-and-coming ADOS actor that actually looked a little bit like Fred Hampton? To actually play Fred Hampton? I'm just saying. Now, the other cast members wasn't bad casting. You know, Renee did an excellent job pointing that out. But this guy... Y'all gonna stop playing with Psycho. Y'all gonna stop playing me, dog. It's ridiculous. Yes, I would much rather have Nick Cannon than this guy. Yes, Nappy, yes. I would much rather have Nick Cannon than this motherfucker. Much rather. Yes, Nick Cannon would have pulled it off better. I mean, I just wasn't feeling it. I didn't feel the entire movie. I didn't feel like I was looking at Fred Hampton. He just didn't give me the Fred Hampton feel. I didn't feel like I was looking at that. You know, sometimes you watch these movies, you get the feeling that you actually might be looking at the motherfucker who they portraying. You know, that's called great acting, right? Like I just didn't see it, and I don't know if it was the acting or if it was just the fact this motherfucker just does not look like Fred, and I'm disgusted that he got the role. I was struggling with this. I was struggling with this the entire movie. I really was. I'll be lying telling you different. I was struggling with this. Like, this is bullshit. They only got this motherfucker up in here because they need a big name, and they don't want to take a chance at a young upcoming ADOS actor. So they're just gonna throw this motherfucker another motherfucking movie part. It's craziness. But yeah, I was so pissed off at that shit. I was so disgusted. I mean, it's so many motherfuckers. Stop. And not to mention, can I mention this too? One more motherfucking thing. I forgot about that before I pass it to Renee. That motherfucker right there does not look like he's 21 fucking years old. That motherfucker look like an old ass wino at the fucking liquor store begging for fucking change. Playing a 21-year-old brown skinned ADOS brother. This is disgusting. This motherfucker, I mean, look at him. That motherfucker look like he got that motherfucker, that old crackhead itch. You know how they be scratching their shoulder and shit? Asking for shit while they scratching their shoulder? He look like he got that. He give me that feel. I'm just saying. He don't look shit like him. It's disgusting. Anyway, I'm about to pass the mic back to Renee. Renee, go ahead. You can get you something. I'm done.
Are we gonna open up the panel too?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we didn't really discuss it, but I figured we probably would end up doing it. Okay, cool. And check your text. But yeah, let me get in here and say a couple things, and then I think we're gonna be opening up the panel. But with the shooting in the film, where there was basically a shootout at the Black Panther headquarters in Chicago, our office in Chicago. And what is said about that situation, and that's the shootout that led to the death of one of the brothers I read about in one of the articles I read y'all earlier. And the thing about it is, they claim that there was a sniper on the roof. Okay, this is what the Chicago PD claimed, because they made sure that they were surveilling them 100% of the time, that they always had cars parked out. They were always trying to intimidate the Black Panthers. They were always trying to instigate issues with the Black Panthers. So in this particular situation, they claimed there was a sniper on the roof, and this is what led to the shootout that happened, that resulted in the death of one of the Panthers, who was also young, 19 at the time. These were such young people. And the thing is, it really makes a statement, because think about this, y'all, right? We talking about pre-social media, right? We talking about pre-cell phones, right? We talking about pre all of that type of technology. Look at how short a time period, right? Because we know that the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was founded in 1966, right? Look at how short of a time period. And then we know Fred Hampton's assassination was in 1969. But look at how short of a time period and how impactful and how large that movement became, and how it was offices across the country, and how there were, different things happening across the country that the Panthers were behind, be it medical care for the community, help for the elderly, food for the children. I had to tell y'all this, and I'm not putting the picture up or anything, but I told y'all before that my mom was told by someone she knew and grew up with that she was in a museum in, I believe it's Memphis, a museum they have dedicated to the Black Panther Party, and that she's there in the breakfast program as a little girl. And y'all, I was in tears because I ended up finding the picture, y'all. And my mom had told me, in years past that, she was a part of the Panthers breakfast program. And she talked about how they were, she said they gave them some good food, honey. She said they was having like cream of wheat, sausage and bacon, and like rib sticking foods that would fill them up, pancakes and, fruit and things like that. And they was giving them real good meals, real filling meals. And that the whole time they were feeding them, they were giving them affirmations, positive affirmations. You Black and you're beautiful. You're smart. You're intelligent. You can do anything. You're going to go to school and learn. And, we know and understand that when a child is hungry, it is very difficult for them to focus and very difficult for them to learn. They have a harder time grasping what's going on. Their attention is short. You may find them, doing things, disruptive things in the classroom, because that's one obstacle. They're hungry.
Yeah. Thanks, RP, for the super chat. I appreciate that. My bad.
Thank you. Oh, no. Thank you, RP. Thank you, everybody who super chatted, and everybody here. We appreciate y'all, period. Yeah, so, a child can't focus. You think as an adult, right? we know as adults, when we hungry, baby. It's like, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I can't focus on none of that. Like, my stomach over here growling, like I'm hungry, I need to eat. And once I eat, I can process it, I can think, I can do what I need to do. Well, just imagine that on the scale of a child. And they have even less understanding of where their next meal is coming from, when their next meal is happening, whatever the case may be. So my mom, my uncles were involved. They're in the picture. And it was like, honey, listen, I was so emotional behind it because, you know, watching the film, and of course, I've already known a lot of these things, you know. For years, I've studied these things. I told y'all before that my grandfather was a Black historian. So he had all of the eyes on the prize things ever. Like back then, they had the VHS tapes, y'all. So he had like the recordings from then. He used to go around to schools in the district and like he was heavy. I'm talking about somebody heavy into Black power, into Black history. I mean, the most least known people you would know who did things. And I mean, he was really deep into it. And he was not on the Martin Luther King thing at all. He rejected a lot of that because that was kind of like the white standard of Black history that they wanted us to know about. So I do come from that background. So having that background and things of that nature, like I knew a lot of these kinds of things, but in watching the film, it just brought up so much and so many responses because the breakfast program was such a threat, y'all. Just think of that, right? Feeding children, because then those babies can go to school fed. They can go there, they can learn, they can be active, they can do what they need to do because that's one less thing on their mind. And we know that with Black children come into school with so many problems, the world on their shoulders. You know, they might be going through things, they maybe didn't sleep well, they hear sirens, it's police around, you know, parents are struggling, you know, food is in short supply, you know, a lot of things. So Black children are coming into school hungry. They're coming into school not able to connect. And they said, no, this is important. And one of the things that Fred Hampton said and stood for is because when you feed somebody, that's a way to show love, right? And then when you show that, they trust you more. And then they're more willing to listen to everything about who they are as Black children. Everything that's inspiring to them, because they saying, dang, these people really care about me. They feeding me. These people are willing to get up in the morning and make sure we're well fed and make sure we know who we are. And to see how big of a threat that was just to the white supremacist standard and what they wanted for Black people to see that's a threat. They feeding these kids? Hell no. Hell no. And they tried to put everything on the idea of violence, right? That the Black Panther Party were about violence. We know that the Black Panther Party was founded out of self-defense. It was because of what the police were doing then, and they still doing now. But what the police were doing then to our people out there in Oakland, it was open season on Black people every day. And so it was to the point of being fed up and saying, this is self-defense right here. We're going to protect our own community, period. Y'all ain't going to be able to come in here and do everything y'all been doing. Y'all want to talk about the Second Amendment? Okay. Let's get on this Second Amendment then, right? The right to bear arms, right? Well, we're going to bear arms too. So the idea that they always try to push this thing about violence, right? That it's all on violence and the violence of the Black community. And as H. Rap Brown said in 1967, I say violence is necessary. Violence is a part of America's culture. It is as American as cherry pie. Americans taught the Black people to be violent. We will use that violence to rid ourselves of oppression if necessary. We will be free by any means necessary. And we talking about the constant killing, the constant assassination of Black leadership, or Black people who were trying to make a difference, who were trying to do what they could do, and how those people were taken out, ultimately by a system. Because when you look still at Malcolm X's assassination and what happened to him, and you look, okay, was a Black man or Black people responsible, but it was also a system that facilitated it. Like we can't let the system off the hook too. It is about our people. It is about traitors we have in our midst and Judases we have in our midst, right? But there's something else overarching that we also have to address as well. You know, it's not limited to one thing. So we got to look at the whole spectrum, and I'm all for Black people defending ourselves. You look at what happened. Look at what happened on January 6th, right? You look at what happened. These people ran up in the motherfucking Capitol based upon a fake ass lie about an election fraud, not behind systematic oppression for hundreds of years, not about the constant killing of our people at the hands of law enforcement. And nobody's charged, and nobody suffers, and nobody goes to jail for it. We talking about the way they've done us forever and continue to do us to this day. The legacy of slavery, the legacy of Jim Crow, the legacy of the constant brutality against our people. And I was telling Psycho this earlier, like, just thinking in terms of like what happened to Fred Hampton and how that diffused. It really diffused the movement, because you got to understand, when they had the first shootout and they came and they burnt the building and they destroyed it, and they constantly were doing things like that. And these people are constantly having to rebuild, having to constantly pick up the pieces. And then you take out somebody like that, who was such a figurehead of what was going on. And it really diffused so many people. And in the documentary, it shows where they were having the community come through, because the people in the community knew what it was. But anyway, I was thinking in terms of something Malcolm X said about when we can get to the point, when Black people can get to the point that when they harm one of us, they harm all of us. I mean, think about that concept and how much farther away we are from that now, because so many Black people have been pacified, right? With this idea of inclusion, this idea of, as our elder Neely Fuller talks about, racial showcasing, right? Having the people that have all of this wealth, the Oprahs of the world, and the other Black people of status or fame that have money or have long money. And, you know, that you can be one of them too. And these people are supposed to represent that it's equality for Black people. It's supposed to represent that a Black person, anybody can become Oprah. Anybody can become Bob Johnson. Anybody can become Michael Jordan or whoever in respective fields. But anybody can become that, any Black person. And we know that's just not true. You know, those people are, you know, just a small portion, and they're used to represent something that's not real. It's not a reality. And we have all of this rhetoric now about, oh, you know, woe is me, Black people need to stop, and you need to stop blaming the white man, and all of that is bullshit. Excuse my French. It's bullshit, because you better not ever take your eye off that white man. You better not ever turn your back and say, we need to stop blaming him. Because what you don't understand is a system facilitates everything else. And so if you have a system in which people can run up in the damn Capitol and they get tap on the wrist, if at all, and you had a black young man run up in there who's noted as being having mental disabilities, he's homeless, he's 20 years old, and they told him, you get no bail. He's held without bail. And you got all these white folks who did things 10 times worse than him, and they're out right now. And they able to go to Mexico for vacation. Do you hear me? So when you run around talking this stuff about y'all blaming the white man, you're a fool. You're a fool if you ever discount him. If you ever take your eye off. If you ever say he's not holding black people back. Are you out your damn mind? And I'm sorry I had to rant. I had to go in. But I'm just very passionate about this. I see Knowledge is up here, so I'm going to pass the mic. Peace, Knowledge. You got it.
Peace, can y'all hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, peace. How you?
Peace. Can I say peace from Black Power on this platform?
Of course.
You already know.
Because we watched the movie and I didn't hear Black Power one time in the movie. Maybe I was, because I'd be sick. Maybe I was too drunk or something like that. For a black movie that's supposed to be about black people, released strategically in Black History Month, about a prolific black figure, Fred Hampton Sr. Peace and blessings be upon him and his family. Like a couple of days before Frederick Douglass, the day before Malcolm X's house was firebombed, 56 years ago. To bring us to this stage and to look at it. And not even, this was supposed to have been a black group. Not one utterance of black power. You know what I'm saying? I think that, for all of this black influence that was supposed to be involved in this film, I think that was not even mentioned, not once. You see what I'm saying? Like, the only thing I can say about this film that was a high point for me is that it raised awareness and the Hampton house is saved. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can say that's a plus about this movie. Everything else I got to say about this movie was absolute garbage. You know what I'm saying? And y'all touched on most of it. You see what I'm saying? And a special shout out to you, Psycho, for that, because I was on other platforms and cats was attacking me because I was like, a young black man from Chicago. You couldn't find one black man from Chicago, a young black man to play this role. You had to go get a transplant to come in. Like, again, we doing this with the transplant. Again, we doing this. We did this with Harriet Tubman, of all people. You see what I'm saying? And then we get another transplant that come in with no cultural connectivity. And it was like, oh, he got his accent down pat. Where? You understand what I'm saying? Oh, the family put him to some tests. Where? There's an experience that we undergo on a daily that you could go get some faker to come in and try to replicate. What would that really have meant to the youth in Chicago, as bloody and tumultuous as Chicago is, to see one of their own depict a black figure who was there to save them? What does that mean for the onlookers who are looking at this transplant? He was, in my opinion, he was the side salad of the film. This treasonous ass rat got all of this attention. So for the people who didn't know who he was, they got real educated because all of the educated black folk was putting up that same documentary. No new information, same documentary, and they was pushing it around. Y'all need to know who this is. and they taking pictures with rats. They loving rats. They celebrating rats on a regular. So this Judas factor, this prolific man's legacy is tarnished because this is another film that us real black people gonna have to argue and re-educate in so many minds, like the X movie. You see what I'm saying? Like that Malcolm X film that came out, or the autobiography of Malcolm X. You know, they seen it, and if they didn't read that book, they took whatever they saw on the screen from Spike Lee as gospel.
Facts. I had
so this becomes
people that movie knowledge of that film.
So this becomes for the next generation. You know, the pictorial images, they had real people, they had our real ancestors in this film, in these pictures, like nothing. Like no, anybody who's seen the film, you didn't feel some kind of way when they was laughing at the surveillance photos that they had. They didn't use fake pictures, they used real pictures from our history. The real figures. When the sister that was playing Mama Akua opened up her poetry book, she had a picture of Dr. Betty Shabazz in her book. A real picture. You see what I'm saying? Like, so the sights and the sounds and the smells, like playing on your heartstrings, but humanizing a traitor and humanizing those who sent the traitor in. The conflict of the fake 2-second conflict, because white is still white and you want to be white anyway. They had to they play this dramatic scene to humanize his handler. They bring him into the office and say, what are you going to do? I don't know if y'all touched on it or not. What are you going to do when your 8-month-old child brings home a black dude, so to speak? So talking to him about his position as a patriot, you see what I'm saying? Using these things that, you know, and you got them showing Fred Hampton working with the Patriot group. You see what I'm saying? So he talking about his duty and position. They put all of this stuff together in this film like a jambalaya. You see what I'm saying? And they hitting you from every angle. You know, William O'Neill wasn't at that shootout at the Panther headquarters. They transplanted him there. You see what I'm saying? They put him there. So again, we get to see the Judas being a black dude from America. And we get to see the Messiah being a black dude from the UK. You see what I'm saying? What does that do to your psyche? Again, how many times? Didn't they do that with Harriet Tubman? Harriet Tubman is the savior. She from the UK. Mm-hmm. And a imaginary character that did not exist historically, a black dude from America, has to be the one that's there, that's doing this. You know, how many times are we going to allow things like this to damage our psyche? You see what I'm saying? Just looking at it, they like, oh, it's a great film. And I'm discussing it with people. They was like, yo, they should have shot him, you know, at the, like, what are you talking about? Like, this historical event becomes a game for you now.
Right.
It becomes a game for you. It becomes just a movie that's cinematic. Like, this is revolutionary sacredness that was shared mouth to ear, that now the whole world gets to see with all of this cut on it.
Right.
I really hope that the house was worth it, to be honest. I really hope that the house was worth it, because this was it. Like your legacy in exchange for a house. This is what it came down to. And so much compromise had to be made in order for this film to come out.
Mm-hmm.
For the revolutionary to be the side dish, or the what you call that little green plant they put on the plate. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the parsley.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? This Messiah is the parsley, and the rat is the steak.
Yeah,
that's the main course.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? Because that's very, very palatable. We love rats and snakes. Apparently, you know, we glorify them. You understand what I'm saying? We glorify them. So no matter what infiltration is done, and I agree wholeheartedly with you, Renee, I don't get away from the handler. They put the damn handler in the meeting as bold as hell as that. He's right there in the red beret.
Yep.
Looking at him.
Yep.
Clapping. With his fist in the air. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is how close it was. This is how close it was. But the handlers, as we saw, the Judas isn't a person, it's a people. You see what I'm saying? So to stop the rise of a black Messiah, the Messiah is a people. That the black Messiah is a people. And they made sure that they didn't mention, they did at the beginning of the film see where his loyalty was.
Right.
Were you upset when Martin Luther King got killed, or how do you feel about Malcolm X?
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, G-check. See where his mind was.
So we know where to go from that. So we looking at, if we go back to the Panthers in Oakland and we look at Lil Bobby Hutton was killed 2 days after Martin Luther King was killed.
Right. That's why they went on the whole shootout to begin with, because MLK died, right?
Right. So they had, historically offered them the opportunity to kill King, the Panther Party. And when they refused, they said, "Oh, after we get him, we coming back for y'all." So Lil Bobby Hutton's death was the first death in the sign to, the real reason for self-defense. It was symbolic. They didn't care about killing a black male child. Did they care about Tamir Rice? You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't care about Lil Bobby Hutton. You see? So right after this death of Fred Hampton Sr., August 7, 1970, Jonathan Jackson is killed at the Marin County Courthouse trying to free his brother. You see what I'm saying? He was 17 years old. The revolution is in the hands of the young. So this is why you can go to the military at 17 years old. This is what they found out based off of these engagements with us, our people, that you got to recruit very young. You got to recruit very young.
That's fact.
So this, draft, because look, we got to look at it in historical context. The Vietnam War is on the cusp. You see what I'm saying? Everything is happening, and they got this 1A draft going on, and all of these things are happening at the same time. On the flip side, stuff is happening in Cuba, and stuff is happening on the continent of Africa on the West Coast. So from 1957 to 1970, we in this same cusp, and we looking at after they had ruined by starting the beef between the East Coast and West Coast Panthers. The only saving grace for the Panther Party was the Midwest.
Right. Yeah.
So all eyes were on there. Cleaver's in exile. Like we talked about the cycle. Huey's locked up. You see what I'm saying? Most of the party is dismantled by this time.
Oh yeah, you had a split in the party between between Huey Newton and Bobby Seals on one side, and you had Eldridge Cleaver on the other. You had a split there. And then Stokely Carmichael was getting tired of all of it because he was starting to see people working with white people, and he wasn't. Yeah, so there was a lot of contention.
Y'all touched on those reasons. Yeah, y'all touched on them reasons. Finance was a chief one, and fear was another. You see what I'm saying? Fred Hampton Sr. did not come from out of nowhere. Him and Mark Clark.
Right.
And the audacity to just show him at the end of the film, right before he dies, when him saying nothing other than he came from the NAACP and he came over here because they was moving too damn slow. That's it. This is all Mark Clark has to say.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Like the doctor who was using,
he was a definite revolutionary. Go ahead.
Right. And the doctor that was healing with the acupuncture, getting black people off drugs, they didn't even call his name. You understand what I'm saying? They called Bobby Rush's sellout ass name. They didn't even call the doctor's name. You understand? These things was done very intentional. You know,
Right.
because this is a part of the compromise in order for this movie to come out to save the house. Okay, so the house is saved. But the legacy, because I heard you read the article, Renee. Like the legacy was supposed to be what was most important. What is the legacy of Fred Hampton singing now? For a life that was so short-lived. Like he came from the NAACP and he was working with the white militia groups already.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was injected into the party.
Right.
So we have to remember that they were groomed a certain kind of way. Martin Luther King was groomed from the time he was born.
Yeah, he was.
And they trained him up and they put him in these organizations. One of the same type of organizations.
He didn't want to be a part of the
in
NAACP. He wanted his own organization.
Fred Hampton was a part of one of them housing organizations like Dr. King that was groomed. The same kind of housing organization that paid Trayvon Martin's family all that money before they went to trial. You see what I'm saying? So knowing you groomed up in these organizations, they groom you up to speak. They teach you how to be electrifying and impactful, but they also give you that cut. There's a cut. You see what I'm saying? So this is where the whole situation comes from. Black power for black people, brown power for brown people, yellow power to yellow people, white power to white people, and X power to those who left out. Who is the X power? You know, y'all know who that X power is.
Right.
Them fucking LBGT people. That's what that shit was. Because that was on the horizon too. Right. That's the Grey Panthers. That's
the
the
whole
Grey Panthers.
SYKOPATHeist movement was being created in that time frame.
Right.
Because
so
even within
Go ahead, Renee.
I was going to say that even within the civil rights movement, that a lot of those people, you know, when they talk about white people who were fighting with black people, fighting alongside black people, a lot of those people were LGBT people as well. You had a lot of homosexual white people who were then involving themselves, if you will, in the movement because they're trying to get their bluff in. And so, you had the establishment. Yeah, you had that being established the whole time. Absolutely.
Yeah, and real quick, Nappy left a comment in chat. Pookie kind of addressed it a little bit, but I kind of just want to laugh. He said, how many Africans betrayed Mandela? All ADOs, including Terrence Howard. Man. Well, the thing I got with that is, like Pookie said, these were American movies, right? So they casted American actors. Like, if this Fred Hampton movie was a UK movie and they cast UK actors, I wouldn't have a problem because it's a UK movie. You understand? Like, it's a UK movie, they cast UK actors. Okay. Most people probably wouldn't have too much of an issue with it, understanding that it's a UK movie, as long as they at least try to have an American accent, even though, you know, we'll be wondering how come it wasn't made in America, but being as an American person, but if it's UK actors in a UK movie, we don't care. The issue is it's an American movie with UK actors. That's the problem. And, you know, so, you know, again, American-made movies should have American actors because, you know, that's what should benefit. My fault.
And no, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, now before you go out, I also want to acknowledge recently with the film One Night in Miami that you had the British actor who was playing Malcolm X, who's biracial, I think, on top of that. Even though we know Malcolm X's mother was biracial. But whatever the case, you had a British actor playing that, and then you had a Canadian, by way of whatever actor playing Muhammad Ali in that film as well. So it's a continuation. You know what I'm saying? There's so many different films that we can point to that are either about Black icons and, you know, historical figures that are well respected in the Black community, that they select, you know, actors and actresses that are not from here, that are not ADOs. And there's just something to be said about that. I mean, there is a wealth of Black ADOs, actors and actresses trying to get on, who are talented, who would kill a lot of these roles, but they're not given the opportunity. And instead, you have Daniel Kaluuya playing in Get Out, which you would think is supposed to be ADOS to some degree or whatever, I guess. He's playing in Get Out. He's playing in Clean and Slim. He's playing Fred Hampton. Damn. Like Psycho said, damn. We can't get no, even my boo, Michael B. Jordan, you feel me? Like, damn, y'all can't give none of these roles to him? Like, he is ADOS. He's a good actor. He's a great actor. And, you know, he's a look at. But anyway, he's an excellent actor. You know what I'm saying? He killed it in Black Panther. You feel me? But even somebody like him, he's not getting some of these roles. And I don't know, you know, the politics behind the scene, but it's clear that it's a concerted effort to not put ADOS in these roles.
Most definitely. And even to that, like Denzel played Steve Biko in Cry Freedom. That community should have been in an uproar. He didn't, you know, there was nothing about him that Steve Biko stood for. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's cultural nuances that's there. That's my same argument about the whole thing. There's cultural continuity that's missed with somebody that's outside of the culture that you come up in, coming to try to replicate it. You know, that movie, that TV show, what is it, All American? That dude is from the UK too. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's portraying someone in LA. You see what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, after this Idris Elba effect that we can see, you know, these things were done very intentional. You see what I'm saying? These things were done very intentional because there is a difference between us. There's a difference between, you know, cats not running to the UK to go play prolific UK people. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a disconnect. You know, the accent is one thing, but there's other cultural nuances that are there that will be missed. You see what I'm saying? Like, Denzel's in South Africa. He don't have the click in his tongue. You see what I'm saying? He don't got that Zulu connection. He don't have none of that stuff that's there, you know, that they did in Black Panther, and they did it again too. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at it like, look, why would you try to play a role? And even with the sister who played Harriet Tubman, them disparaging remarks she had to say about Black people in America, yes, she was still cast to play a prolific she-role. You see what I'm saying? Like what Harriet Tubman means to us. You see what I'm saying? What Harriet Tubman means to young Black women. You see what I'm saying? To Black that's families right. And things like that. That's right. And that cultural connection. You know, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it was shameful.
It was.
And it's a pattern. You see what I'm saying? It ain't isolated. It's a pattern. You see what I'm saying? It's a bad analogy, but it's like one of these alphabet people saying that you're going to acknowledge me as something I'm not. You're going to acknowledge me as something I'm not. Like, I'm supposed to call you what you think you identify as. You see what I'm saying? Like these people really be showing themselves when it comes to stuff like this. Like, okay, like maybe you need a up in your dose with your RBG pill, man. Like nobody went through what you went through. And everybody around the planet, Africa included, is capitalizing off of the condition that we're in. You see what I'm saying? That longing for an identity, this identity crisis that we suffering. You see what I'm saying? And that they studying and looking to replicate everywhere. They looking to Black people in America for their culture. What's the next move? All of this other stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like, so they're there feeding off of that. And this is what they're pushing out to the forefront. You see what I'm saying? At the same time, nobody is helping us out of the condition we in. Ain't nobody off of the table for us. You see what I'm saying? Nobody is excluded.
Let me ask a question. If movies have been done about Bruce Lee, right? True life stories have been done about Bruce Lee, a movie called The Dragon, per se. They didn't go to China to go find an actor, did they? It was an American movie. They found the American Chinese motherfucker to play Bruce Lee in the movie, right? They didn't go out to China and go find. They didn't go to the UK to find a Chinese dude out in the UK. They didn't go to Russia to go find a Chinese dude out in Russia. No, they got them American Chinese dude to play Bruce Lee, and that we should do the same thing here. That's my whole point. Chinese people, they gonna make movies with Chinese motherfuckers. So like that's just what it is. I'm not asking us to do anything different than everybody else do, but for some reason, black people is forced to have UK people come over here to play us in American roles for American movies about American people. It's crazy.
An idea from Bruce Lee, the Kung Fu series. They went and got David Carradine for that role. Like even he got the role because they told Bruce Lee that they wasn't ready to see an Asian superhero.
The whole concept of Kung Fu, Bruce Lee's concept. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so he said as a joke in one of the ultimate disrespects, he said give the role to David Carradine because it would be funny seeing a ballet dancer play a Kung Fu hero, every week. So they looked into David Carradine. David Carradine became Kwai Chang Caine. You understand what I'm saying? A half Asian. You understand what I'm saying? And put him on there. They did the same shit with Pat Morita with the Karate Kid. You see what I'm saying? Like there are other examples to look at. And I think that this portrayal, if it was supposed to be about the legacy of Frank Hampton, it should have been better handled than where it went to.
Right. So that's what people's issue is on the entertainment level, as far as like having UK actors and other actors coming over playing these roles, because the ass load of black actors here. It's not like we have a shortage. It's a whole bunch of them, but you wouldn't know that looking at Hollywood. You wouldn't know that, but it's a whole bunch of American-born actors. I've seen people play Fred Hampton in other movies that look way better. That look, as far as like likeness, that had way more likeness to him in other movies than they did this movie. It was just horrible. It was just horrible. And he was one of the main characters in this movie. The other movies I've seen people playing Fred Hampton, he wasn't even a main character, but they did a better job casting him. And like I said, it's obvious they were just going for the big name. This dude's name is buzzing right now. He's in every black movie, so they felt like they wanted to get whatever name was buzzing at the time. And I feel like that's a problem though, because they keep making these non-ADOS people named Buzz in American Hollywood, which is crazy. But again, it's just it's something going on here. Like, can we touch on? What? I'm gonna bring it around full circle because I think I know what part of the problem is. Part of the problem, not the only problem, but part of the problem. And I want to thank Knowledge for bringing up this part because I did forget this in my review, which was the J. Edgar Hoover line of when he was asking him about, what would you say if your daughter brought home a black man? Right? That part in the movie. And that was a very powerful part of the movie. We touched, I was talking about this on somebody else's panel earlier. And yeah, that was a very poignant part of the movie because that right there spoke on white people's fear at that time with integration happening. The white man's fear was his daughters bringing home a black man. That was what their main fear was. You go back, listen to them talk, that's what their main thing was. They didn't want their daughters going to school with these black men. They didn't want their daughters sitting around and hobnobbing with black men and possibly dating them and possibly having mixed kids and everything. They couldn't stomach the idea of it. So that was their main thing, right? Like that was the main undertone. You can go to a whole bunch of infamous clips and quotes of them saying such to support my argument. This was their main problem. The white people that was against integration. A lot of the black people that was for integration was for integration because they did want to fuck their white daughters, and that did help out the opportunities of helping of them fucking their white daughters. So it was a lot of interracial sex thing going on, and again, that comes down to me going back full circle, and that is the whole biracial thing, right? Because this creates the whole biracial children and everything else. And right now in Hollywood, we got an overflux as far as quote unquote ADOS, quote unquote black people, because we all know these people aren't black over here, but society deems these mixed people as black, and they're the main people in Hollywood at this point. And these roles, like Fred Hampton, they obviously are not going to give it to him, so they got to give it to a darker tone individual. And again, I brought this up earlier, he's a little bit too dark. So it's like they kind of like, this whole thing is a clusterfuck, right? Because again, instead of them getting an unknown who fits his likeness more, who is a American born actor, they decide to go with the more popular name and go with the darker tone non-ADOS character, because they couldn't go with the biracial big name motherfuckers. So I don't know, it's just weird. Again, this Hollywood thing, man, we speak on this all the time, the fuckery that goes on and how they control our imagery and how this is a problem on many different levels. And yeah, psychologically, I do believe this is taking a toll on our people. I'll pass the mic though. Is Renee there? Knowledge there? Anybody? Somebody?
I'm here. I thought Renee was gonna go. That's the forte right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Renee, I'm doing something right now.
Yeah, I mean that was spot on. You see what I'm saying? And that was a real good analysis of the other part that you got to contend with. So if they're gonna pick somebody from here, this is their consideration of black. You see what I'm saying? Like, all the way to the fucking White House. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is it. Like, okay, we gonna get somebody from here. Oh, all right, let's pick this thing right here. To be a representation. Down to pearls and chucks and shit. You understand? So, this kind of, the Black Panther movie was fitting because they would show you what kind of African they was gonna take. You see what I'm saying? So whether, again, the enemy to black people is somebody from here, that was clear. You see what I'm saying? And the savior in the way, not in the way that you would expect a place where you're supposed to come from, to come to your aid and your rescue, and nothing historically close to that. You see what I'm saying? The kind of characteristics and traits, a sellout, who would then cower to our enemy. You see what I'm saying? Like, that would take time off of mission and say, I see an old friend. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this kind of situation with that plastic smile allegiance that we find many of them who come from the mother continent over here around our enemy. You see what I'm saying? Around these white motherfuckers, like, they get like that. They get real plastic. They get real, passive and all of those things. So, you get that kind of sense. So for us to see Fred Hampton, again, I don't know if y'all touched on this, but he really looked like docile. You know what I'm saying? They had him looking like a hole.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't drug somebody that you already know you're going to win against. Evidently, there was some historical engagement that ain't unfavorable for the people on the streets or police. And we know about that. You see what I'm saying? This is the reason why he was drugged. Does he have guns in the house? Like, the questions that they're asking, you know what I'm saying? Oh, dude, in the film, lots of guns? Oh, yeah, boom, boom, boom. So they came in there with submachine guns. You see what I'm saying? So they attacked this place with hundreds and hundreds of shots. They ain't even dignified the movie. They said it was one shot to 99. Did you hear one shot? There wasn't one shot. You understand what I'm saying? So these engagements, when they showed the young dude out there, the only 10 seconds worth of the movie that was worth any goddamn thing, when he was shooting at the police, that was it. Well, how did he set that scene up? You see what I'm saying? He was mad about his homeboy getting killed. You know, they even had the little dress wearing dude playing a prolific figure in the movie. You see what I'm saying? The dude that's on the Wu-Tang saga, the American saga, the dude that plays the RZA. You see what I'm saying? This dude was in a dress. So he's supposed to be, you know what I mean? Like so when it goes in regards to black masculinity and how it's portrayed on the screen, they didn't miss nothing. You see what I'm saying? And then they show some people that look like us as supposed to be chiefly involved in the film. So all of these things were there. All of these elements were there. You know what I mean? Like they didn't spare no expense in regards to, like, even the dudes look like suckers the whole film, like most of the dudes that they showed in front of us. You see what I'm saying? So they supposed to have went to the Blackstone Rangers, and the Blackstone Rangers was like, nah, we don't want no parts of that. They called them the Crowns, and then right after that they went to some crackers. You see what I'm saying? Like you see this, and then after that they went to, you know, the fucking the Puerto Ricans, the Young Lords. You see what I'm saying? Like systematically showing, you know, where they're going to for authority, and then, you know, the afterthought. And you just come up in the meeting, you know, with and the dress wearing dude is the dude that's supposed to be getting brolic in there about the Confederate flag. You see what I'm saying? Right. So, like, these are all these things. You know, I'm surprised they ain't put one of them limp-wristed suckers up in there and slid them in there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's the only thing that was left.
Yeah. Let's see. Nappy said, I remember how 1995 Panther movie where full Ados cast got dragged. I don't know nobody black who dragged that movie. I remember. People love that movie. I got that movie uploaded on my other channel, so I don't have no smoke for that movie outside. I mean, some of it was a little bit of fiction up in there, but you know, like for the time in '95, that movie was raw when that movie first came out in '95, because like they wasn't making movies like that in '95. Like they a lot of movies they was making about those times are kind of cookie cutter, and that one kind of took an edge. It was more edgy for its time. And you know, I personally didn't have any smoke for that movie at all. But
it was about 80% close to that book, Caesar's Time by Bobby Seale. You see what I'm saying? That right. A lot of the historical accounts came from that. You know, the scene with Dr. Betty Shabazz. You see what I'm saying? That was a real life occurrence that took place when they went to them. Those cats to tell them to change their name. That was a real life occurrence that really happened. You see what I'm saying? And went down like that. And
who dragged that movie was mainstream media. That's who dragged that movie. They the ones who got it out the movie theaters quickly. They didn't even want it to hit the movie theaters. They gave that. They the ones who was giving it low ratings and everything else. Is that and third. Black people in the hood though, they liked that movie. Like I didn't hear a whole lot of people really dragging the Panther movie. Not in the hood at least. Again, like white media, yes, they didn't want that movie to come out. You know, they wanted the Panthers to die and not come back. Like they didn't want no resurgence. Right, like they was very iffy about that movie. I remember white media was acting up. But if Jamaica decided to make a movie about Marcus Garvey, and they filmed, they got an American to play in this Jamaican movie about Marcus Garvey, who was born in Jamaica, and they started tripping, saying, "Why do you got this Ados guy down here playing Marcus Garvey in this Jamaican movie?" They would have a good point. I wouldn't even trip. They would be right. It's a Jamaican movie about a Jamaican named Marcus Garvey. A Jamaican should play him. I would agree with that. Like I wouldn't have any smoke, because that it would be more authentic that way, right? It would be more authentic because you got an actual Jamaican playing a Jamaican in a Jamaican movie. It would be more authentic. So I would prefer that, to be honest with you. That's just me. But I'll pass mine.
in this film, you know, that Panther film was 6 years after Huey P. Newton was actually killed. You see what I'm saying? August 22nd, 1989. That's like 6 years later. You see what I'm saying? You know, a couple of days before Yusuf Hawkins was killed. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that attitude was still there and it was still fresh. And if y'all see that, you know, that talk show, I don't remember whose actual talk show it was, but Jawanza Kenjufu is on there, Ishmael Reed is on there, and Huey Newton is on there. You see what I'm saying? And I think it was Sally Jesse Raphael or one of them shows like that.
No, but it was one of them shows like, yeah.
Yeah. And they was very, very, very disrespectful to, you know, Dr. Newton on the show. You see what I'm saying? Everybody else, they was kind of, you know, passive. It didn't really matter. But every time he spoke, they made it their business to go after him. You understand what I'm saying? They made it their business to go after him, you know, for that particular purpose, that military air that was there. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, they wanted to portray him like he was some criminal and all kinds of stuff. They did all of this stuff artfully on purpose. So with the resurgence of that Panther film, you know, being so close to the storyline, you know, it erased a lot of those things that was going on, you know, and they had a Judas in the film. You know, they did my man Kadeem Hardison real bad, had him being the rat in the damn film. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so they're all there. And this is when they showed that other, what's that mulatto dude that they had actually playing Huey Newton in one of the movies and shit. He was in there as, you know,
they mentioned Kumo D was in there, Kadeem Hardison was in there.
Right.
Angela Bassett did her role again. She
again, right.
With Betty Shabazz. Right.
So these were all striking characters that was there, and the spirit and the element that I could say that related to
Mario Van Peebles movie.
Right. And Melvin Van Peebles played Stokely Carmichael in that film. You see what I'm saying?
Which was that was silly. Yeah, that was just a way to put himself in the movie. He didn't have a big role. He didn't have a big role in it. I think he was just giving a little 20-second speech in the movie or whatever they showed. But he don't look shit like Stokely Carmichael either. But
he sounded like him though. He had his timing down. You see what I'm saying? Like
it wasn't a big role. It was just a cameo. So you know, cameo, whatever.
It was interesting how they put all of that together. You see what I'm saying? And you know that bastard Eldridge Cleaver was in the movie. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother story. But like they did it.
The motherfucker played Eldridge did his thing. The motherfucker played Eldridge did his thing. That was my man from Tales from the Crypt too. But he did his thing.
So, you know, even with showing that little small depiction of little Bobby Hutton and how he went out, he didn't go out like no sucker. Like they really showed him, you know, they did him a little thing. They get that brother was hell. You understand what I'm saying? That brother was hell. You know, so what my other point was with the sisters, at least they didn't, you know, portray the sisters in the likeness that was on some other shit. Like they actually did good in both films with the depiction of, you know, what a Sister Panther was in the organization. You see what I'm saying? And how she was supposed to be treated and respected, you know. But everything else was trash to me. You see what I'm saying? The rest of that shit was trash. You know, like the depiction that they tried to show of Fred Hampton, I could say from an organizational perspective that, you know, even though he was the chairman, he didn't act like the chairman. You see what I'm saying? Like when you would see a leader today, you know, removed from his people, removed from his brothers and sisters in his community. Nah, he was still out there passing out, you know, flyers. You see what I'm saying? Teaching political education classes and all that, you know, where you would see somebody who's supposed to be in an organization today, they're removed. You see what I'm saying? They don't even address the people. Mm-hmm. So I think those little things were there. You know, I think the dude Daniel sound more like Dr. King than he did fucking Fred Hampton. You see what I'm saying? Even the vulgarity in his speech to me was kind of offensive, like trying to be extra, like y'all my motherfuckers. Like he didn't talk like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of stuff was there where you have somebody trying to, you know, go over the top with how they think we are. You see what I'm saying? I think that was very important. You know, that kind of, you know, disconnect.
Nappy Yankee, if you wanted to come up, the time would be now.
Yeah, you can come up. Love here. But yeah, real quick before I pass it back to Love. My fault, back Love. I'll just see you now. Yeah, the whole damn, I just lost my train of thought. Go ahead, back to Love. You can go ahead in now. I lost it. I was trying to say something, forgot. It'll come back to me.
All right, no problem, man. Can y'all hear me?
Barely. Like you real.
Hello.
All right, hold on a second.
Okay.
Drop off and come right back.
All right, just a second.
That might help.
Okay. But
I'm trying to remember what was. Knowledge just says something. No, it was. I remember what it was. To answer Nappy's last part of his question, like what would the perfect movie be? To me, I think in order for us to depict our icons properly, we would have to do it on some New Edition story shit. We're gonna have to do like a mini series. It's gonna have to be like a 3, 4, 5-part mini series, just so you can capture as much about this person's life as possible, right? You can, because like the main issue that people be having with these movies is they left this out, they left that out, they didn't get too deep into this detail, they didn't get too deep in that detail, and a lot of that's because they trying to crunch it down less than 2.5 hours, right? They don't want it to run too long and everything else, so they gotta take a lot of shit out and try to chop it down, and the editing process. Sometimes they don't even bother to shoot certain things because they know they short on time. So in order to have the perfect representation of our icons, I think we're gonna have to do it in a mini series type format, just for it to be as historically accurate as possible and have it be presented as somewhat entertaining, so to speak, so it can have a little bit of the whole theatrical shit going on, but I hope it ain't, but not too much. Like you could be more historically accurate and tackle more things within a person's life if you chop it up into a mini series, opposed to trying to do it all in one movie where you just condense everything. My bad, I passed the mic.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I understand that there have been ADOS actors that may have played other figures or whatnot, but I think the issue that we have is that this seems to be definitely a concerted effort. And somebody did mention Regina King, who is somebody well respected or was well respected or whatnot as an ADOS actress, and she said, if you move me, she said, I don't care as long as you move me. And so she spoke out saying that she didn't care if these are non-ADOS people playing ADOS, historical icons. And, I find that to be problematic because she is somebody who's definitely well established as a well-respected actress, and people been rocking with her since 227. And so to me, I think we need those kinds of people to be in position to say, nah, I think I support us having ADOS actors and actresses. I remember, I think Samuel Jackson originally had said something. And some people took issue with that, but that's what should be happening. You should have ADOS actors and actresses speaking up and saying, hey, we have these historical figures, and consistently. It's not like it's a one-off type thing. It's a continuation of this happening time and time again. And then, like Psycho was saying, when you look at films like Panther, they want to squash that down and get it out of there real quick. They don't really want too much focus and time and attention being paid to those types of films that really did feature ADOS people and that really had a strong standpoint on what took place. So it's always some salt in the game. It's always something. And with this film, not only was it mainly about the traitor, but you got a freaking Brit or whatever, who's playing the Black Messiah. Like, why our Black Messiah gotta be played by somebody from Britain who don't even look like them. And like Psycho brought up, it's rare that you say the actor is too dark, right? Because we know all about the colorism within the industry. And when you have issues like Nina Simone, honey, and they done put somebody in blackface, honey. They done put prosthetic noses and everything else on people trying to blacken them up. And you get a situation where somebody is, too black, so to speak, too melanated, too dark, to play a role. Is kind of a unique situation. But yeah, so that's just kind of my view on that whole thing.
And we got to be clear about the fact that America hated this man. You understand what I'm saying? They hated it. They hated his guts, and they still hate his guts. Since his assassination, yearly they shoot up his headstone. Police. You understand what I'm saying? Yearly since 1970. You know what I mean? So you spoke about with your conversation with Chairman Fred Jr. The surveillance, you see what I'm saying? The harassment, the threatening, the false charges, all of that, like living your life. Imagine coming into this world 25 days after your father was killed. You see what I'm saying? Like that kind of experience, that happened. You know what I mean? So, Mama Kua and her still fighting. Many, you got people that started off with us, but they ain't fight for 10 minutes and they was done with black people. You understand what I'm saying? They wasn't around 10 minutes.
That's right. That's right.
Let alone 50 years after. You see what I'm saying? After paying that sacrifice, that kind of sacrifice, like literally shielding him with her body. They got that right in the film, like literally. Some machine gun fire is going, and she's over him, shielding her with her body. You see what I'm saying? Like, it don't get no greater sacrifice than that.
And when you see her in the police station and all that,
right?
It's just a heavy thing. It's a very heavy thing. And you brought up such a good point when you said after 10 minutes, people are tired of black people. And do you notice the level of contempt that so many black so-called activists or even supposed pro-black people today have against black people? It's out of this world. And that's something I really admire, that when I look back and I do the history on so many of our great people that came before us and that made a path, and so many of them did not have the level of contempt toward black people that black people today have. Like all of those very negative propaganda campaigns have been so effective on everybody, right? But including black people. And that's the thing. All of the negative propaganda campaigns ran on black people impact black people's view of other black people. And so in this time, you have me and Psycho consistently, and Knowledge on his platform consistently fighting back, pushing against the anti-blackness that we're dealing with consistently. Coming from the Judases, coming from the William O'Neill types within the community. And we hear all the time, all of the negative propaganda about black people from other black people. Excuse my, I don't really be saying this, but niggas don't want nothing. Niggas this and niggas that. Niggas versus black people. All of these respectability politics games people play. If you missed that show, please go check out that show. I thought it was a really good show. We broke down a lot of this stuff, a lot of this anti-blackness. And the thing about it is, you hear it from people who claim to be pro-black. And they think that pro-blackness means you gotta admonish black people. That's the first thing you gotta do, right? To be pro-black or to have this, to claim you for the people, the first thing you gotta do is attack black people, right? Because black people out of line. Black people is niggas. Black people don't want nothing. Black people is lazy. Black women always twerking. Black men kill and shoot up everybody, right? And you gotta go hard at black people. But what I respect about so many people like the Fred Hamptons that came before us, even though I'm not in agreement on some of the things in terms of the allied things and the kind of rainbow elements in terms of other races of people. I'm not in full agreement with that, but I appreciate him and I appreciate what he did because he had a true love for Black people. He had a true concern for what was right and for what was fair and for people to be able to live safely. He had a real concern for that. And a lot of these people today, they don't have that concern. Their position is just wagging their finger at Black people. Their position is just telling Black people why we so effed up, right? And we need to stop blaming the Black man. And excuse me, that's what they do is blame the Black man. But we need to stop blaming the white man and everything. So I just kind of wanted to speak to that point that that's really what so many people today are calling being pro-Black. It's simply people who are attacking Black people and saying that Black people are the problem with Black people and not a broader thing. But I see we got guests. Peace, back to love is back, and peace to that Yankee.
What's up? You hear me okay? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you good.
We hear you.
Okay. Let me admit this. Because you made a statement, Psycho, that actually made me think. It's regarding the Marcus Garvey example you gave. Actually, that did kind of get me triggered. And actually, you're right. You do have a point. Like if somebody, only because this, I've seen so many times where people, you know, they try to act Jamaican or act like Caribbean or whatever, and they just come off, they're so unauthentic. I saw this a lot in hip hop, especially. Like if you go way back, for example, like when NWA came out with their second album, and they came out with that song "Always Into Something." That was their first single, and the guy who chatted on there, it was so bad. I had to cover my ears. As dope as the song was, every time I heard that dude, I'm like, oh, I can't hear it. Then Ice Cube comes out with Wicked. He tries to chat. And I'm like, man, and you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of understand now. Now I'm kind of looking through your eyes on how you feel. If you do it correctly, like if you do it and you sound authentic and you sound like you worked hard at it, like when Denzel played the Mighty Quinn, right? If you at least work on it and respect the craft, but a lot of people don't do that. And maybe that's what I think I understand where you're coming from that perspective, where you have people who grew up somewhere else and they just don't respect, they don't fully engulf themselves. If you do, I don't see what the problem is though. That's the issue. You know, like if someone is from another, from somewhere else, and they do a good enough job, I don't see why, like, what's his name? Because I mentioned American actors that plays, what's his name? The guy who played Idi Amin. Damn, why is Forrest Whitaker? Yeah. He did very well. He's not African. So my thing is, if you go into it haphazardly and you just, I can understand where you're coming from. That I can see now kind of where you're coming from. But, and you made a great point about Daniel Kaluuya not being, I didn't even think about that. Dude is in his late 30s and Fred Hampton wasn't even 21 yet. And he's playing Fred Hampton. So that I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, they just could have did a way better job at casting this. Like I said, this was a name. This was a name grab. They just grabbed the hottest name that was out and just didn't think twice about it. They could have did way better.
But see, what you guys got to understand is this, because I did mention in the chat, Regina King, who may be up for an Oscar this year for Best Director. And by the way, Daniel Kaluuya, they're talking about him getting an Oscar for this film. But she's ADOS. And
also a bad wench, but yeah.
No, she dates nothing but brothers, man.
Nah. She had no. She advocated for black women going out there and dating white men.
That's what it was.
But she's been with nothing but black men though.
That's what it was.
That's like saying if I ain't kill somebody, but I tell somebody else to go do it, I'm just as culpable as that person. You don't get to get away with that.
But here's the thing, though. But she, I think that this all comes down to money. This all because all her actors are non-ADOs, and she's ADOs, full African sister. But I think it comes down to money though, because I've never really heard of those actors before who played Malcolm and Jim Brown and Sam Cooke and what have you. But I think it all comes down to money, because what if she got some ADOS people with big names, then it probably wouldn't be in her budget. So we gotta look at that as well, the financial end of this. All right.
But on the point that you made though about the whole thing about representation and people being authentic, there's a show I think come on FX called Snowfall. Okay. The lead on that show, he's from England,
from the UK. Yep.
He knew nothing about crack cocaine,
what
it was. He didn't even know it was real. But you playing a character in 1983 LA about crack, but you know nothing about crack. And I think that's where the issue is arising. To you, you're playing a role. There's a difference between playing a role and actually living through something. There's a difference between a rapper who's actually speaking his authentic story or sitting up in a window telling somebody else's story. There's not authenticity there. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like with the Zoe Saldana thing. You know, well, I'm black, you're black, so it shouldn't matter. I should be able to play Nina Simone.
That was just a bad casting, man. That was just a bad, that I don't know what anybody was thinking with that. But
God, don't make no mistakes. That was intentional.
That
understand what I'm saying?
No,
that was intentional. When they show you something, they showing you something. You see what I'm saying? When they showing you something, they are showing you something. They're showing you your worth and value. They showing how much you mean. You see what I'm saying? When they parade somebody around in front of you, as prolific and as pro-black as Nina Simone was, she said, I wish I could go and be shotgun for shotgun. You understand what I'm saying? Against what was facing us. She wasn't singing about it and removed. She's like, nah, they painted her as crazy and all kind of stuff because she was as black as she was. You see what I'm saying? On every level. So the ultimate disrespect for somebody that America hated is to make them show up like somebody that's palatable. You see what I'm saying? So they show you and allow you to decide who you take.
And
you see what I'm saying?
And like you said, that was absolutely intentional to diffuse that movie, because Nina Simone was such a powerful figure, and her look was so strong. Her look was easily identifiably black. It wasn't well, we don't know. Well, is she mixed? Is she did? We don't. And then you take somebody like Zoe Saldana who fits that image of, well, what is she mixed with, or what is she, and all that. And then you sit here and put this woman in blackface. It was a complete disrespect to Nina Simone, to what she contributed to black people. It was a complete disrespect to black women. That whole entire thing, I could never really watch that film. I could never, ever have really anything to do with that, because of the fact that it was such disrespect. And they go out of their way to disrespect. That was them going out of their way to do it. And you look, with Harriet Tubman, like you mentioned earlier, Knowledge, they created this black man. They created this fictional black man.
That was just a bad movie all the way around. Just the movie itself was bad. I mean, even the fact that they gave that chick, and they really should have given what's her name, Janelle. What's her name?
Janelle Monáe.
Yeah, but they should have given her a nod. I mean,
but even with Janelle Monáe's role, they kind of tried to allude to like some lesbian. It was an element of lesbianism there.
Right. That's up her alley. So I mean, she's everything, as you know. So that was right. Maybe that's why she was so good at it. But but yeah, man. I mean,
But the point was that wasn't Harriet. You see what I'm saying? So the injection is what this is what people are going to remember. You see what I'm saying? So this was the same thing with this film. This is what they're going to remember. After Denzel Washington played Malcolm X, every film you seen him after, you didn't see him. You saw Malcolm X. You see what I'm saying? So like these things were done intentionally on purpose to seed certain things into your mind. You know, you don't get $30 million from the small hats and then give a good movie about Malcolm X. That's impossible.
Yeah,
that's
true. That's true.
If you heard Denzel speak lately, he's probably relates more to Lonzo than Malcolm X. But there is this type of tribalism. This isn't just restricted to black people. Actually, I read the story about I forgot what year. I think it's 83 that movie Tender Mercies came out with Bobby Duvall, and he had the nod for the best actor with a bunch of people who weren't American actors. I think they were all either British, they were all from other places. And he mentioned that was like, it almost, I think he said something to the effect of, why are all these British actors, how come they're getting all these nods for these awards? That's the year he won. So I do think that a lot of other groups besides us do kind of look at that. I never even thought whites even cared about that at all, because you see a lot of British actors, you know, they get a lot of Oscar nods. And I didn't even think that white American actors even thought about that. But apparently this is something that cuts all racial lines as far as the tribalism is concerned.
Well, I think the thing is, see, because people don't realize that, like when Jennifer Lopez got casted as Selena, that was a big problem with Mexican people. Mexican people was not pleased with that at all. This is not.
She's
just
Puerto Rican. She's a white Puerto Rican.
See, and I think that's the thing people fail to realize. Similar does not mean same. You know, y'all can be the same, but y'all not exactly the same. If you ever watch a fight between a Puerto Rican and a Mexican, watch the room.
Right.
There ain't no unity in that room. If they Puerto Rican, they bleed in that Puerto Rican flag. They Mexican, they bleed in that Mexican flag. There is no ambiguity in that. And also, I know a woman who's from Nigeria. Her family's originally from Nigeria. She was born here, though. When she goes back to Nigeria, they tell her, you're not a real Nigerian. You're not one of us because you weren't born here. I hear the same thing with Mexican people. Oscar De La Hoya is Mexican American. When you go to Mexico, they look at him as, you a Mexican American. You're not me. You're not one of us. You know what I'm saying? So this isn't a black. My main issue, if it's a science fiction movie or anything like that, but if it's an actual historical figure, a real person, and if you took your time and did your due diligence, that's one thing. But if you're like, I'm just doing this role, it don't mean nothing to me whatsoever. Like the woman, the Cynthia Erivo, I know what she had to say about black American people, whatever. There's that show Lovecraft Country. A woman who was a writer on that show, she was fond of calling black American people Akatas, but she had no problem writing for a show about black American people.
But wait a minute. How many ADOS people that they cast are coons themselves? So that's just, this is where you know, I know they say disparaging thing, but you can get an American person that probably say the same type of shit.
And that's the thing. There's no distinction to me.
Like Denzel, like what Denzel just did.
That's fine for Denzel. What I'm saying is, just because a person is black don't mean I have some kinship with them. Just because you and I both have melanin don't mean we gonna be cool. That would mean, well, I'm gonna vote for Ben Carson because he's black. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. Just because you're my color don't mean you're my kind. This isn't disrespect to people from another region. If somebody's doing a movie on DJ Screw, you better have a Houston accent down. You can't come in there talking like you're from New York or from Cali. If I go to Newark, it don't matter that I'm from Cali. I'm at Psycho's neck of the woods, so I got to be respectful when I'm there. Just like if I went to Jamaica, I can't be disrespectful. You see what I'm saying?
Jersey Drive, Heavy D sitting up here talking about some goddamn Avon Street when it's actually Avon Ave. People from North cringe at that line every time that shit pop up on Jersey Drive. So yes, you're right.
Yeah, and I just think that's what it is. It's about knowing, you know, like I know Psycho, he's been down here to Texas or whatever, and he knows, you know, like, or like a lot of time people, if you're from a certain place, they automatically, so if you say I'm from Illinois, oh, you from Chicago? No, I'm from Illinois. Just because I live in Illinois don't mean I'm from Chicago. But people go to the biggest city or the biggest region. I know Psycho being from New Jersey. Oh man, you from New York? No, I'm from Jersey. So to me, it's not a tribal wars. It's not this person versus this person. It's about, okay, if you're doing a movie about Fred Hampton,
right?
If someone knows something about that, would mean something a little bit. It's like if someone, like if, for example, if Psycho had a family member pass away, I could certainly have empathy for him and feel sorrow, but that wouldn't be the same as if someone in my family died. You see what I'm saying? So you may know a little about Fred Hampton, and to you it's just the role. I go on to the next one. That means someone else. That person means a great deal to our community, to our people. So I don't disrespect Daniel Kaluuya. I'm not gonna watch the movie just because if you want to know something about Fred Hampton, read a book. I'd rather support a person who got a bookstore than what movies entertainment. It's not a biography. It's not gonna tell you the whole story or anything like that. It's no disrespect to him or that. I understand, okay, if you don't watch a movie, they ain't gonna make it. Well, I don't watch Tyler Perry movies either because they ain't any good. So
why they gonna make those?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I'm just wondering how far.
Plenty A-Dose in that, and plenty of A-Dose in Tyler Perry movies.
Yeah,
he does hire black actors from here. I'll say that. They be gay, but you know.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how far the tribalism goes. Like I said, I understand what you mean when you say when you talk about authenticity. I mean, like I said with rap, you know, I saw that in hip hop. I felt so good when I heard, for example, Foxy Brown, who's Trinidadian, who started. She sounded so authentic. It's like she wasn't disrespecting shit. And you hear other people in hip hop doing the same thing and not sounding authentic. But at the same time, I'm just wondering. I just wonder.
I'll give you another example on the hip hop level. Look at Dana Dane.
Yep.
Yeah, he's from Brooklyn, isn't he?
Yeah, but he had that UK accent because he
like Slick Rick.
He's a spit with Slick Rick back in the day before both of them came out, and he decided to adopt Slick Rick's British accent. But Slick Rick really is from there. Yes. You know, yeah, he's not from Britain. I think he said he never even been to Britain or something, or at least not at that time. But yeah, he just started using that British accent.
And then I hear like a lot of people saying the whole thing about, you know, oh, you're disrespecting Africa and its tribalism. I'm like, well, once again, Africa is a continent, not a country. And within all of those individual countries, they have their own individual groups and tribes. So it's like, how are you saying we divide the entire continent? You know what I'm saying? This is not that deep to me. If movies entertainment, you spend money on that. If I want to watch this movie, I can watch it for free. I'm real good with the internet. I can download a copy and have it today if I wanted it. I just don't have no interest in watching it. You see what I'm saying? So it's no disrespect to him or anybody else. If to me, I never watched Get Out. Have no intention to watch it. Don't need to. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh boy, you know, I know people said, oh, his quote was taken out of context or whatever. You know, you're doing movies that are based and centered around race. But then I don't want to continue to have to speak about and talk about race. I'm like, that don't make no sense to me.
So are you not gonna see any of his movies again?
If I don't want to see the movie, if I don't know the movie, don't interest me.
Ever see anything that he does?
I'm sure I will, especially if he's in Black Panther 2. Yeah.
Would I pay to see it? I probably wouldn't pay to see it.
No, but what I'm saying, Daniel Kaluuya, from what he said, what I'm saying is, would you support him?
No.
You never support him on anything?
No.
Okay. Well, based on that one statement, right?
Just on that, yeah. Like I'm about a certain, my motif, my life is about certain things. If you're not about that, hey, that's fine. That goes from family members, friends. You black, I'm black. But as far as like real issues, I can't really rock with you like that. Like I said, that's entertainment. This ain't some dude I break bread with, or I'm going to see you and we going to talk. When I speak about certain things, I don't include that conversation with everybody. So if that's his position, it's just like with Chrisette Michele. She was a favorite artist of mine. Mm-hmm. When people decided, you know what, I'm not going to support her, that was their choice.
Right.
Yeah, it's way easier to do that with artists than actors because because one actor can fuck up a whole film, right? Like you might fuck with all the other actors, but that one actor can fuck it up. Like so it's hard not to watch that one film because one actor is in there that you don't rock with. But an artist, you can cut that artist smooth off because there ain't nobody else attached to that person.
And that's people's choice.
Yeah.
So do you feel the same way about, say, a Morgan Freeman or Denzel?
In regards to?
Just from things that they've said that are just completely toned down towards the race.
Wow, shit.
Like Denzel just recently said something that
Denzel been wilding.
any other person who have said that, if their name wasn't Denzel Washington, they'd be canceled. They'd be called a coon.
Yeah, that's true.
And he
Kodak
said,
Black has did some shit like that. He'd have been canceled for the 18th time.
Oh, yes. And he said, and when he said it, keep in mind, it's in the calendar year of George Floyd and all that other shit. In the calendar year of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery, and he just says it like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yo.
And that's what it is. But the thing is, once again, I don't go to a movie just because I see Denzel Washington's name in it.
Right.
That's number one. And number two, I can watch something I pay to watch it. I know he's got his money. He's got his money already. He got his money already on the front end or whatever. But I do not have to put my money. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's a comedian or if it's an entertainer case in point, Maxwell. Maxwell made some disparaging comments about black women on Twitter. I ain't never gonna support Maxwell again. Now the music I have, I'm not gonna throw it away. That'd be stupid. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. He come in concert. I'm not gonna go. Oh, let me go see Mac. No.
And you're not gonna buy none of his new music.
No, I'm not gonna buy his new music. I'm not gonna see him in concert. That's speak with your dollars. You see what I'm saying? That's how people. That's how people learn. And you like some people, you don't. I might not like some people political views. Like I know some people watch the NFL. I haven't watched the NFL in 4 years, and it wasn't because of Kaepernick either. When I started hearing some of the statements that some of the players were making, like I ain't say you got to kneel, I ain't say you got to do anything, but when I started hearing all these people and what they had to say, I'm like, well, football ain't that important. I can go without football. I ain't watched the Super Bowl in 3-4 years, ain't watched the game, and my life ain't been altered, ain't been changed. I ain't having conniption fits and shakes. So
right,
bro, what it is, man.
Black men have gotten they have just gotten they just got just fell for the okie doke again as far as football is concerned. If I just a quick segue, because I spoke about this before. Right after the Super Bowl, there was an article about it was about Todd Bowles and what's his name? Who's the offensive coordinator for
Byron Leftwich?
Yeah. The article was written by a brother who was in the Undefeated, and it basically said that what happened in this Super Bowl is really going to be good for black men, in that black men are going to start getting looked at for jobs. Now, if you saw Bruce Arians' staff, his whole staff is black, which I didn't even know. You know, his whole staff, the major coaches, they're all black. You know, defensive coordinator.
Defense,
But here's the issue, though. The article is like, when they see this is gonna really be a real positive for black men, because it's gonna, in essence, show that black men can coach. That was the gist of the article. I'm like, wait a minute, this is 2021. Wasn't 2006 when you had 2 actual black head coaches?
Yeah.
Shouldn't that have done that? But it just highlights how, you know, the wool gets put over our eyes, and a lot of people are gonna look at Bruce Arians' staff like, wow, look at that shit. Yeah, man, you know, this shows that we can. I'm like, what happened in 2006?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, even though the officials cheated, and it's still tender over here, but go ahead.
Here's the deal. But here's the deal with that.
But let me remind you, Doug Williams won in '87. And we just, and here we is in 2021, and people are acting shocked that black quarterback at the start in the league, this whole premise never left just because we accomplished that premise.
What is it?
I got a lot of noise.
Nah, the thing is though, here's the thing, Psycho. With the success of Byron Leftwich and Todd Bowles, that's actually gonna hurt Eric Bieniemy. If you think about it, because they're like, oh well, he's the hot prospect, but look what they did in the Super Bowl. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not. I think I forget who it was who said it, but like because you see the NCAA all the time. You'll get a job as a black coach, but it's normally never the creme de la creme job. It's a bad job, and you got a real short leash. And then it's not about, okay, I get a job. Once you lose that job, can you get a second one? And if you look at the NFL, how many black coaches have been rehired? Tony Dungy was one, but he lost the job and got another one. Can you name any others?
And you got to be damn near perfect, like Mike Tomlin, with no losing seasons.
Yes.
In order to stay long term.
It's still been talk about getting rid of him.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I know
Pittsburgh,
Psycho, I remember this name.
The Roonies don't
Go
fire
ahead.
nobody. The Roonies
And they
don't
give.
fire nobody. They allow everybody to leave on their own. They had, in my lifetime, them motherfuckers had 3 coaches.
Yep.
No, Bill Cowher, Mike Cowden.
And the funny thing is,
that's my entire life.
Yeah, because there was a coach who he's coached at Stanford named Tyrone Willingham. He went to Notre Dame, right? Had 2 good years. He went 7-5 the second year. They fired him. Charlie Weiss goes to the same school, has 1 good year. They gave him a 10-year contract.
Guys, but when you see something like that, it's like we're walking in place, literally.
Right.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, man, that's a huge. That was a huge story, man. That no one I didn't hear Stephen A. Smith. Nope. I didn't hear any of the black commentators point that out. And I'm like, I see this. How could you're in this business, you don't even highlight this?
And it's a bunch of fake. And peace, Alphon.
Yeah,
You can come on in, but it's a bunch of fake, you know. And y'all know that I do like football. I love football, and I do still watch, you know, the game and things like that. But
did I not call that Super Bowl right?
No, see, don't even start. Anyway, but over this last year, you know, with everything that happened with the George Floyd situation, Breonna Taylor, and so they come up with these fake BS, superficial things. Put the name on your helmet. These superficial
symbolism over substance.
Yeah,
absolutely. These superficial. We're going to support these organizations. The color of change, and the thing is, most of these organizations are multiracial. Anyway, these are already organizations that are for diversity or diverse communities, poor communities, this type of language. And we get away from the black thing. And I just want to say this, and I'll let y'all, I think, thanks a lot for saying something, Alcon. I just want to say this. That's why when the other week, when we talked about that coon that wants to get rid of Black History Month. And what I was saying was that you see very few things that still exist that say black. You see very, very, very few things. And in terms of even look at how, and I really want to do a whole deep dive and like a whole thing breaking this down. But I don't support, let me be clear, I don't support Black Lives Matter as an organization. But you see, though, that even that slogan is threatening, right? Because it says black. That's one of the reasons that slogan is threatening, because it says Black Lives Matter. So there's always the demonization of anything black, right? The Black Panther Party, the Black Panthers. So we have all of these things trying to squash down blackness. And I'm not saying we need to support Black Lives Matter as an organization. I support it as a slogan. I support it as a motto, because those are the lives that matter to me, are black people. But just like I'm saying, just in terms of Black History Month, whatever, all of that stuff is being removed. All of that stuff is being changed. It's all about diversity. It's all about multiculturalism. It's all about people of color. And black people really need to wake up. And so in these films like this, you know, and it had an element. I just want to say this real quick. Something that is the Malcolm X's film by Spike Lee had in common is that in any film about Martin Luther King, any film, whatever, the element of multi-races coming together. Even though with Fred Hampton, that was not his, I mean, I don't want to say it wasn't his primary thing, because we know he was with the Panthers, but he had that element there of the rainbow element. And that is also a message that they like to put in there, that it still somewhat takes away from blackness. They still want to put that multicultural thing in there. So we just got to really be careful. We got to pay attention to what's being said that's black. And we got to keep black present. We got to keep black being the focal point. But I'll pass.
Let me just say this, and I'm gonna get off of here right quick. When you were saying about the word black, go and look up Goody Mob Cell Therapy and listen to it on YouTube. The line that's when he said black man gets erased, and when they said race war, completely taken out of the song on YouTube. So they taking blackness away anywhere and everywhere. I was just watching the video the other day, and I'm like, whoa, I know this song inside and out. There's some words missing, and it just been removed from the song. So
wow, that's heavy.
Yeah, they do that all over the place. You go look at Eddie Murphy's Best of Saturday Night Live now. You can't even find the skit of him saying "kill the white people." You can't even find that skit on there no more. It's on the original copy that they made back in the 80s, but they redid it. I
got the DVD with it on there.
Psycho, do you remember the original Brand Nubian Wake Up video? The original one. You can't find that anymore. Yep, that one's
they
like
took that out?
Disappeared. You can't find that anywhere on the internet. And just quickly, and just on Denzel, back to him. Listen, somebody needs to tell him you're only 69. They're still gonna, you know what I'm saying? They threw old ass Cosby, who's pushing 90, in prison. So if I was him, man, I would just rethink what I say. But I guess he's just saying shit, thinking that he's safe, and they're throwing old niggas in jail too.
For some strange reason, you can't find the Rakim's The Ghetto full video on YouTube. They got like half the video, the other half the video is gone, and you can't find it nowhere.
Tossing all those things out, man.
Well, all these people under control anyway. But as far as let me put my 2 cents in on this African individual portraying Fred Hampton. You know, again, I think what we're seeing is they're rubbing us out. I don't mind.
Nappy, you got some background noise going on.
Oh, let me.
I don't mind watching the guy's films. I watched The Queen and Slim. And I ain't gonna lie, that girl in there, she was looking right. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. But he doesn't strike me as a dramatic actor to begin with, so I was kind of shocked that he was able to even come out of character, so to speak, for the Fred Hampton. I didn't watch it yet, but I did download it, and I'll never buy it, and I'll never support these kind of films, but I'll just obtain the films, so to speak. So, you know, I watched a few of his roles. I don't think he's a must-have actor in a movie, especially portraying us. Keep him in things that's African related and stuff like that, you know, or he could play some Caribbeans or something like that. But, you know, to have these people from the UK, Africa, you know, you got the guy that was in that Disney version of Star Wars, and you know they picked him because of his facial features are, you know, they stand out. Now he's British, Nigerian. What do we, all of us, wear in this country? Even if you threw in the Caribbean, what do you need to go overseas for to get some British African people to play us when they don't even look like us? You know, I'll be honest with you. People who know my stance, I'd rather have the Caribbean play us. Yeah, I know that's shocking for a lot of people, but yeah, I'd rather have the Caribbean play us, which they have, by the way. But I prefer that than to me. I just feel
especially me.
See, to me, I feel that it's, you know, it's just insulting to have African guy play you, and he obviously, see, it's like the guy is clearly an African in appearance. You know, he's not, it's not like he looks like us, but he's African. No, he's African. Right. Appearance is kind of, it's like Lifetime movie type silliness to me, you know. And that's the way things seem to be going in that direction. But at the same time, it's dangerous because we're getting wiped out. I always make note that Prince Harry, I always said that he's a plant, British plant, because you know my grand situation, my theory, whatever you want to call it. The Caribbeans from the British colonies, they come here. They, you know, come in here and move in with us and then try to redirect us. That's why I don't want to get into the Pan-African debate, but that's one of the things that they moved in. But then you see Harry marries a Hollywood actress, an American. They supposedly have a beef with his family members, which I think is a bunch of bullshit. He goes to Canada, then he comes here. Now they got a new baby. Now, if that baby's born here, we probably won't be around to see it, or too old to even be thinking about it. But because the baby has to be 35, they might push him out to become president. Talk about subversives. You gotta understand, some people take a long time to plan. Other people can't fathom how long time.
That's real though. That's real though.
Because everybody kept saying to themselves, "Where did this Meghan Markle come from? How did he meet this lady?" But she happens to be an actress playing a role. You got to think about these things, and they made sure she wasn't that black. But see, since she was part black, that's enough to get black people excited, as a lot of black people did. Oh man, the prince chose her. Now, if she had looked like her mother, would the prince have chosen her? Probably not. But you know, they do these things on purpose. But to me, we can't just keep letting these Africans do this. Again, we don't make the movies, we don't bankroll them, but we can't keep supporting these people, because even a guy like Tariq Nasheed, who claims to be ADOS or FBA, whatever the hell his latest organization is, he claims he's not down with them, but then when it comes to this movie, he calls the guy a brother. That's what he said. The brother did a good job. Now, I mean, which is it, man? Is the man a brother?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like,
It's all over the place. I can't take. I'm sorry. It's times where I fuck with Tariq, and then there's times where I'm like, Tariq doing too much, man. It's a lot of this FBA shit he's on too much, man. He got his own flag, draping himself over it and everything. Like it's too extra, yo, with this shit. Like, it's not, like I said, it's not even based behind nothing political or nothing. So it's kind of just, what is this? I don't even know what it is, to be honest with you. I can't even describe it if somebody was to ask me to explain it, other than it's his thing that separates American black people from everybody else. Outside of that, I can't tell you what the fuck it is. Like, because it really ain't based in nothing. Like ADOS, I can break down what ADOS is. I can't break down what the fuck FBA is. Like, it really, like, and again, I have an issue with him per se taking that stance, because him taking that stance when majority of the money that he's made in the DVD business was based on non-ADOS people, you know, because Hidden Colors wasn't based about ADOS black people. It was based about black people all around the diaspora, right? But now he got, now all of a sudden he got issue with him. And then you got 1804, you know, that's about the Haitian Revolution. You know, that wasn't about Nat Turner. That was about Dessalines and Toussaint. Like, so, like, at the end of the day, like, you making all your money off these non-ADOS people, but then you talking shit about them. It's like, I don't know. It just, I don't know. Again, like, he loses me with all this shit.
Right,
he just needs to be canceled.
Claims to be Aboriginal one day, then the other day he just said, "Oh, we all came off the slave ships from Africa." I'm like, man, make up your mind, man. Which one is it?
You got to give him some time to find out who he's gonna steal from. So right now he's in the process of trying to steal from Dane Calloway, from what I understand. He just needs to be completely canceled. He just needs to be completely canceled, especially after that Ahmaud Arbery statement. He needs to be canceled, seriously. All right, because he's made a joke out of the whole thing.
Right. But you know what? Tariq is indicative of like where black people are, though. So many black people are all over the place. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like one day it's this, the next day it's that. It's so much confusion that exists, you know, and I think that people like him help to encourage that confusion. You know, it's certain things I know that I like about that Tariq has said or whatnot. And back in the day, let me tell you, I was a huge Tariq supporter. I'm talking about 2013, around there. I was a huge 2013 to 2014. I was a huge Tariq supporter, like back when he was on Ustream, y'all. And I used to listen to his show like every Sunday and everything. And at that time, he was one of very few people that I felt were kind of addressing certain things, certain aspects. He's done a lot of things. He said a lot of things I don't support. We all know his, situation where he wants to, I guess, define his wife as black or whatever the case may be. I don't know. But yeah, and he said things about black women in the past. He has encouraged for black men to date out, all of the above. So Tariq really is all over the place. However, I'm the type of person, I'll give credit where it's due. And Tariq is one of the few who actually did produce something. Like Psycho said, there's so much confusion because what he's produced is not ADOS stuff. It's more so talking about the other non-ADOS black groups or whatnot. So that's interesting. But other than that, he has produced things, So he did produce the film on Haiti. He did produce Hidden Colors, even though there's certain things I take issue with, So, yeah,
that's not FBA.
I had his book back. I had his book some years ago. His book for women, Player Be Played. I think it was the name of it. So,
you didn't get the what is it? The bestseller, the Mac Within, right?
That was more for me and what it?
I don't know. I don't need his book.
Or the Gold Digger book. Or what about that one?
Yeah, well, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, it was like a Gold Digger book too. I think he had, but the one I had was Player Be Played, and it was a good book, kind of like supposedly giving women the game or whatnot. But anywho, he has produced. He has produced. We know of a lot of people.
He's not scamming in that way. In that way, he's not. He's more of a grifter. He's not a scammer. He's just a grifter.
Yeah.
He's gonna ride the wave. He's gonna ride the wave. That's what
he is a used car salesman. That's what he is. He sells you a Rolls Royce with a Yugo engine in it. Damn. That's what he does. He's not. So when you say he produced, he'll give like that shitty conference he did, the FBA conference that produced nothing.
But he did. Yeah. But you know what? He did have a conference though.
But he had Jabari up there, who's
but he did have
Barbados.
Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, that's why I said like he does. He comes through. If he says he's going to do something, he does it. I can't take that away from him. He does.
He said he was going to build an apartment building in Haiti. He got donations for that. He never built that.
No, that I don't know about.
Okay, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that I don't know about.
There's a few things you don't even know.
How many times have we seen people talk about raising money for different daycare? I mean, all kind of stuff. People have talked about raising money, and you never see it again. It's off in the wind somewhere. At the very least, I'll give credit to Tariq for raising funds, people donating, and then him producing something, him actually making something from it. So I will give him credit for that.
Well, you're thinking of the low bar that guys like Umar and freaking Tommy Sotomayor give. Yeah, I mean, obviously when you have that low of a bar, but again, what is he producing though?
But see, wait, I get that. But wait, here's my thing though. This is what I say. You really have to judge people by what they say they're gonna do, right? Because I'll give you an example. People about like Sonetta, people say about Sonetta, shout out to Sonetta. But people say about Sonetta that, well, all this time, somebody got on the background. People say that, people say, well, Sonetta been, doing this all this time or whatever. Sonetta ain't never made no community center. Sonetta ain't never created any school. I've never heard, in the years that I've been knowing Sonetta, I've never heard him say, I'm building a community center. I'm building a school. But we've heard people so I get what you're saying about the low bar, but I'm just saying based upon that person's words of what they say they're going to create, I'm judging by that standard. So for Umar, for other people who have said, I'm going to do this, I'm raising funds for this, and then you're looking, years later, and there's
in defense of Umar, though, because he has a lot of critics out there, I will have to say this, though. To everybody's knowledge, the man did get the infrastructure, at least the buildings, to at least begin it. Everybody else who's not really donated, they're the ones who are saying, listen, hurry it up. I mean, you can't tell the man to hurry it up unless you want to throw in some more money or some other stuff to get it on. And if they don't like how he's doing it, you go and volunteer your services. Now, you know, it'd be nice if everybody can just hurry up and do whatever it is that they have on their minds quickly. That'd be nice, but sometimes it takes time to do it, and maybe we don't like how he's doing it. But, you know, at least, you know, you can say he's not committed fraud yet. Now, Tariq Nasheed, he might, everything he produces is for himself and not for anybody else. And that apartment building in Haiti, when he was promoting that 1804, that's the only reason why he was promoting that apartment building in Haiti. He's collecting donations for it. He's like, I'm going to build this apartment building in Haiti, which I knew. I said, damn, even in Haiti, that shit got to cost some money. He never came up with that. He said he's going to collect money for backpacks for children in the country. He collected money on that. He said we gave away some backpacks. Then I found out it was some national backpack giveaway day, so everybody was collecting that shit. So he lied on that. The man's a liar. He's slick.
Yeah, I think that with Tariq, that he has identified that low bar that Nappy Yankee was talking about in terms of, okay, well, I'm going to say that I'm doing this and I'm going to follow through. But at the same time, yeah, I'm going to benefit. Now, here's my thing, like with the money situation, like I don't expect for people to be broke. You feel me? I don't expect for people to just be broke and be scrounging, because it takes money for all of us to live, you know? And I think sometimes we have an unrealistic view of people who we consider doing things for the community. And it's like, this person got to be dirt poor, scraping to get by. And, you know, so I don't really take that away from people per se, as long as they're meeting their commitments of what they said. So I
agree.
I don't take away from that. You know?
I agree. I'm not against Tariq's not doing anything illegal. Like I said, it's not illegal to be a used car salesman. And keep in mind, these are people I supported. I supported Umar. I supported Tariq. I supported all these dudes. But then, you know, when it's like with the family member, I was like, if you have a kid, right? Or if some kid comes up to you and they lie to you, you know, you probably be pissed. But if your own kid lies to you, it's a little bit different. And this is what it is. You got these black people who say they're pro-black, and then when you dig a little deeper and look at what they're doing, you're like, you know, this is what I supported and shit. For him to, again, when he said Ahmaud Arbery selling that fucking Ogun juice, that's canceled right there. That should be canceled, because if Ahmaud Arbery had anything on him, those two killers would have been off right now, or three of them, excuse me. They would have been walking free right now. Yep. So for him to joke like that is not funny. But it just, and this FBA shit, this shit right here is just, he just throws shit, whatever he feels.
Yeah.
He just throws shit out of his mouth. He said the other day, like something happened in Harlem. You guys, Alquan, you're here in New York. You heard about what happened in Harlem, okay?
Yeah, what happened?
No, the girl that got jumped and bitten and shit like that.
Okay,
yeah. This nigga goes on his Twitter and says, this is done by some non-FBA, which is, you know, fund my bank account, whatever it means. This was done by a non-FBA person, and FBA people don't do this type of shit. I'm like, what? What the fuck?
Okay, go ahead.
He said FBA people don't bite people. I'm like, what the fuck? Then this is what the man said. This is what the man said. And then they caught the dude, because the dude, I think he was from Brooklyn. They caught him because this clown was, you know, he was all on camera and shit. And they found his name, and somebody corrected him online, and I think his last name was Cooper. And he said, listen, the name, he sounds like it has a pretty black American name to me. To which Tariq responded, no, a lot of Caribbeans have that name Cooper. And I was like, I had to look that up.
I know a lot of Coopers that's not.
Listen,
I know a lot of Coopers, like, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, this is what this man does, though. and he looks at people online. So everyone who's FBA, all of a sudden, they're expert anthropologists. They can look at a person and say, that guy's FBA. This is, and check it out. Back to remember when I told y'all about the rap shit, where he said the rap started with this group called the Jubilaries, and he went after. Check it out. They went after Busta Rhymes for giving credit to Jamaicans for their contributions to rap, and then they mentioned, what's his name? Yeah, Kool Herc. He was studying James Brown. Now, first of all, it's DJ Kool Herc. He's a DJ, but whatever. They said DJ Kool Herc studied from James Brown. Don't you know in James Brown's autobiography, James Brown said his father is African American and Native Indian, and his mother is African American and Chinese. So he's not even ADOS or FBA or whatever.
No, that would be ADOS.
No, it's Chinese. So he's if you go by that standard, it's mixed. But this is what this is the type of shit that these people are doing.
See, now you reaching out. Now you trying to take away black people.
Oh my God. Yo, do you see what's going on here? So this is why he is a piece of garbage. He should be canceled.
I know why you hate him now. I got different reasons, but you got other reasons.
What do you mean?
Because you're Jamaican and he doesn't like, you don't like that talk.
No. He does this. He has said so much this shit. So wait, hold up. He's trying to claim rap now, right? He's saying, no, ADOS started rap.
Oh, yeah, there ain't no doubt about that.
But hold on a second. A couple of seconds ago, he was saying how, most of the people who brought in criminality were Caribbeans. So
that's true, too.
No, my dude, so wait.
But
you make the distinction then.
See, here's the problem with Tariq Nasheed. He's all over the place. He contradicts himself left and right, but he has a whole lot of influence because he has a whole lot of followers, and people repeat what he says, so that it is kind of dangerous what the man is saying if he gets reckless with it like that. But the problem is, some of the things he's saying, he gets it from other people, and he propagates it. But check it out. Kool Herc. You said he was a DJ. What do DJs do?
They spin records.
Made by who?
Okay, so you're saying they spin James Brown records, so what?
In other words, he spins records made by other people. Other people made the music. All he does is play the shit. What the hell did he create?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, see,
I did the whole thing. I did the whole thing about when Ozone died from breaking. And I said, and I made the claim then, I said, you could argue that hip hop actually started with dancing. And the DJs came after that. And MCing came after that, but the core and the essence of hip hop at its core was about dancing, because that's what the DJs were trying to do, was to get people on the dance floor so they could start doing some of these dances that they was learning on Soul Train and whatever the case may be. But yeah, they was doing all those dances out in the West Coast before Kool Herc even created hip hop out here. Like that helped create hip hop actually. So yeah, dancing is actually predates the DJing as far as the essence of hip hop, in my humble opinion.
Right, and you know what else I always say? Because they always say, the toasting in Jamaica, man, James Brown was talking over his own beats that he made before some Kool Herc. What you talking about, man? He even made a song called Brother Got the Rap. The Brother Got the Rap.
Yeah, the creation of hip hop is so nuanced. Because it's different aspects, and you gotta talk about which phase you're talking about. Like, Kool Herc is at the beginning of the DJing aspect of it. But then you got the graffiti stuff, you got arguments between Philly and New York. Yeah, you got motherfuckers who will argue all day long from Philly that they created the whole graffiti stuff. Motherfuckers out in New York will argue it was them. So, it's a debate about who started that that form of hip hop. And, it's a lot of this stuff is highly debated, because it all started, it all kind of, happened in bunches, and it all just kind of just threw it all in the pot and just made jumbo,
I'll tell you what you can't debate, though. You can't debate Black American urban culture. That's the foundation of the hip hop.
But see, yeah.
You watch this movie like Superfly, all you gotta say the same. Anybody watch that Superfly, the original one?
Mm-hmm.
Now there's that scene later in the movie where they go meet the militants after they about to make that big drug deal, or before that, and the guy comes into place, sitting down. He's like, "How you doing, man?" And the militant said, "I'm chilling." That's what he said. I said, "Damn, I didn't know they said that back then."
Chubb, you know what? Chubb Rock made the best definition in a song called Regiments of the Steel, where it basically talks about how, you know, the building blocks of rap. That was what the song was about. But he has a line in there that says, "Rap has developed in the motherland by storytellers of wisdom. No wonder they're bestsellers." All right, that pretty much sums up what hip hop's about, and that one song. And if it matters, I mean, he's Jamaican, by the way, born in Jamaica.
Right.
I don't think it should matter. All right, but that's it. That's what rap is. That's and again, it just starts from the motherland.
But I just say no damn motherland. Where's the rap in the motherland at?
Because can we not say? Because even when you look at the Last Poet, and you look at Gil Scott-Heron, he had some Latino or whatever Hispanic ancestry or whatnot as well. Like the thing about it is that, like Psycho said, it's so nuanced that I think that Nappy Yankee, you got some back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me mute.
Okay, but yeah, like I think it is so nuanced that it's difficult to just try to pinpoint this or that, because it was a lot of Black people and some Hispanic or whatever.
Yeah, on the dancing. That was the break dancing part.
Right, it was a lot of Black people who contributed to rap, who contributed to hip hop, and that some of those people were from the Caribbean. That's just fact. Some of them.
I was going to say, a lot of people argue the origins of breakdancing actually goes back to the Caribbean with the what was that fighting style, that cabaret? How you pronounce that?
Yeah, capoeira.
Yeah, they said that they said a lot of that stems from that, and a lot of the moves are similar. So you know, like, but they say a lot of that comes from that and everything else. So you know,
did you see
like I said, you know,
on YouTube where they show breakdancing style, the same style from I think it's the 30s or 40s and shit from Black Americans? It's shock. It'll shock your mind.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of this stuff is like, especially with dance, a lot of dances are just recycled. Right, where they'll put a little twist to something that was already done before. There's not too many dances that people create now that hasn't already been done in some shape, form, or fashion.
Twerking is not.
You can't move in so many different ways. So you know.
Yeah, you're right, Renee. Women been twerking since they've been having sex.
Okay.
But
twerking was always going on.
Let me ask you a question, and this is especially for Psycho. Somewhere, I guess in the early 90s, there was like the death of the dancer. The dancer just died. Because remember, like hip hop, everything that every hip hop artist had was they had their dancers in the back, whether it's Latifah's, Safari Sisters, or you know, actually Scoob and Scrap are still dancing to this day.
I believe it.
Yeah, they're still dancing to this day. But
I seen him with Big Daddy recently too, so I believe it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but there's something that happened to the dancer, if you can explain that, and also the DJ died. Like, like that's another thing that was in rap where they always acknowledge. It's two things that they always had on a rap record. Any rap record that came out, they always acknowledged their DJ.
Right.
DJ died, and not only did they die, I'm looking around and all these white dudes are the top DJs, and I'm just wondering what happened. How come?
Yeah, well, the DJ thing is because you know, the DJ always used to get heavily acknowledged back in the day because the DJ is what created the MC. Right. Like the DJ definitely created the MC. That's why the DJ gets a lot of credit for creating hip hop, because they the cattle stone of what created rap. Because you know, like people started spitting over the beats, and the DJ would pass the mic around so you could actually rap over to what beat, and the DJ had control over who rapped over the beats. So you know, they always acknowledge the DJ because the DJ is what actually brought him out. You know, like Eric B brought out Rakim. That's why it was always Eric B and Rakim. Even though Rakim was the one everybody talked about, everybody thought Eric B sucked, right? Like, you know, but it was Eric B and Rakim. You know, Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. So this is kind of what they used to always do, you know, kind of because of the DJ used to be known, and then they'll bring the MC out. So he kind of was just a sidekick until, you know, videos and hip hop got a little bit bigger. Then that flipped, and then the DJ kind of got phased out. And the DJ, because then they didn't need a DJ anymore because scratching kind of wasn't really a thing anymore. So that wasn't big, you know. So the whole artistry of DJing kind of got pushed to the back burner because they started going for different sounds. And now it was all about the sample machines and the producers, and they didn't need the turntables anymore to even make beats, right? They could just make beats. That they had the machines now that can do all that. So they didn't need the DJ. They just they can make their own beats on the machines, spit their bars, and then go to the studio and have a producer lay it down for them.
And not to interrupt, but a lot of these DJs started rapping too. Dr. Dre, Eric Sermon wasn't a DJ, but a lot of these DJs and producers, they started rapping. That's because the DJ thing was, you know, actually they became producers. Most of them became producers. Some did try to do the rap thing that, you know, they was trying to double dip, but that's where a lot of them went into. A lot of them went into producing because that's where a lot of the money was at. And what was the other thing you asked about? I said that with the DJ, like all of these.
No, there was something else besides the DJ.
Yeah, no, it's because a lot of the white guys.
David. Oh, the dancers. That's what it was.
Yeah, the dancers.
Yeah, you asked me about the dancers. The dancers. I hate to say it, but you know, the whole gangster shit killed the dancers shit. Like, you know, like when the gangster shit and the hardcore hip hop started coming into prominence and everything else, you know, dancing wasn't cool no more. You know,
it was about background dancers with guns, right?
Right. You know, it was about leaning on the wall with the mean ice grill. You know what I mean? Like, you too cool to hit the dance floor now. You know what I mean? You give them a head nod now. You know what I mean? Because you have to keep your head on the swivel. You know, so it's like, you know, it became the energy of hip hop changed. You know, that's why the whole Kid and Plays got phased out. You know, the Heavy D's kind of had to start catering to the women to you know, and everything else because, you know, the dudes didn't want to hear that stuff. You know, like, you know, like hip hop changed, you know, like that was and then you had the whole, you know, weird fusion of hip hop and R&B that was starting to happen at the time but that didn't, the most of those R&B people didn't have dancers. You know, they had a couple of dancers they might have for the videos, but these aren't they normal dancers, right? They were just there for that video, right? Most of the time they doing their own dancing, and like I said, they might have a few more dancers there for that particular video. They didn't have somebody like a Scuba Scrap that everybody knows that every time you see Big Daddy, you know Scuba Scrap gonna be there. They kind of was just a part of the show. They don't have that, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, so you know, it's just not the same because, you know, dancing just wasn't cool anymore for a long time. All throughout the 90s and the early 2000s, they tried to bring it back with the Soulja Boy shit and the you know, the younger generation, the millennials. They started trying to bring it back with the Dougie dance and stuff and everything. But you know, again, it went back to the ice grill. You know?
But there's something with the DJs though. All of these white DJs and like even Paris Hilton and shit, David Guetta, Calvin Harris, a lot of these hip hop DJs. I mean, I know that guys like D Nice and even Bismarcky is kind of caking from Bismarcky's good, you know, and you know, I hope he's, you know, I know he got sick recently, but you know, I hope he's doing well. But a lot of these guys, how come they're not as big as a lot of these white DJs and shit who just came on and they're not, you know, for some reason.
Like white clubs. These are white clubs that they blow up at, and you know, they got these white clubs where they blow up at. And you know, they don't put the black DJs out there. They put the white DJs out who studied all the black DJs all these years and blow and you know pretty much give them the keys. And you know, DJs got a lot of power because you know they control what's getting played in the clubs, on the radio, and everything else. So they got a lot of power. They get hit with a lot of money behind the scenes to play a lot of shit, and they get a lot of connections as well. So yeah, so they wield a lot of power and they give all that power to these white boys, and that's why you see the DJ Vlads of the world where he's in the position where he's at. You know?
Oh man, it's fucked up, man. When you look at it, and again, you know, you look at how people don't even a lot of the rappers, and this is why I'm glad Lasheed stays on Eminem's neck, because you see a lot of these rappers giving this guy power. She stays in his neck constantly, which is a good thing, because they're using guys like this. They don't see how we're getting washed out. Right, that's why I mentioned the NFL story before. I noticed this. I'm like, dude, people got to speak on this. And the guys who are in the mainstream,
power, though.
Huh?
White guys don't really have staying power. Eminem was the longest one. Each one of the white rappers, just like they're a drop in the bucket, then they out of here, you know?
Yeah, but in the history of rap, he's gonna be at the top. He's gonna be one of the top guys they speak of. I can't. He's not.
To me, I only liked a couple of his songs. Most of his other shit was just too corny because it sounded like Pee-wee Herman to me, man. So that's
exactly. He's talented. Let me just say this: he's talented. I don't think he's a whack rapper or anything like that. But I feel like within Black culture, he could almost be like a dime a dozen. Like, it's a lot of good Black MCs that don't get on that he would be comparable to. But to put him in the likes of people like the Jay-Z's of the world, the Nas's of the world, in my opinion, the Rakims of the world, no, I don't.
Yeah, if he had been a white guy, he would have been seen as a whack-ass rapper. It would have never came out. But let me ask,
Hello.
Before RP goes, let me just ask Nappy Yankee.
Hey, RP.
Hello, salutations.
Let me ask Nappy Yankee one question. Nappy Yankee. I hear echo. So I think that's RP's. She got feedback. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Nappy Yankee. Let's say you had DJ Pepe Rodriguez, right? And he started exploiting the break beats. You know, James Brown was the one who came up with the break beats. But let's just say he did that, and then he started having rappers come out that were Puerto Rican. What should the so-called hip-hop made by Mr. Rodriguez, what do you think that should sound like?
What do you mean? I mean, what should it sound like? I mean, it should sound like the Puerto Rican guy, like, first of all, there's Big Pun and then there's everybody's, like, you know,
well, I want to keep
all
it
the
on
way
focus
down. But
to like the creation by Puerto Ricans.
If you're like a Joey Badass or someone like that, you know, if you can really spit, I have no problem, as long as you acknowledge the history and shit, you know.
No, but hold on, we're not talking about history. We're talking about the creation. Let's say we're just hypothetical. Let's say Mr. Rodriguez and his crew of Puerto Ricans came up with the thing called hip hop, and they put it together. What should it have sounded like? That's what I want to know.
I mean, you know what? It'd probably be like, what do you mean? What type of bed should it have? Like, should it have like a funk background or a salsa background or like
anything that you think that should come out of Puerto Ricans?
Usually, I mean, I would expect it to have some bass and have like you know, some sort of almost Caribbean background, I guess.
But
that's what I would think.
When they start saying their rhymes for the party, what should we be hearing? More likely than not.
What, Spanish?
Right. So
okay.
How come we don't hear that if Jamaicans created hip hop? How come we don't hear the reggae and the patois and all that kind of stuff?
My dude, you never heard of KRS-One?
No,
Foxy, I just told you.
I'm talking about the beginning. I'm talking about the beginning.
But KRS-One did that, and Foxy Brown. A lot of people did that.
But I'm talking about
Just Ice.
See, because
Just Ice.
I know.
He was there back in the beginning.
But hold on, see, but Kool Herc was supposed to have been the creator.
He was a DJ. What about Shinehead? You ever heard of him?
Yeah, I heard of him. But hold up, let's stay focused.
Okay, let's stay focused.
We're at the beginning now. The creation. Kool Herc is supposed to be the DJ. He's supposed to be the Jamaican who brought his Jamaican style. So we should have been hearing Jamaican style.
Masters of Ceremony. Masters of Ceremony. Again, this is back.
See, you're trying to get off topic, man.
Oh my God.
Okay, hold on, y'all. We're gonna press pause for a minute. RP.
Here, thank you. I just I just listen passively at first, but I keep hearing him up on a variety of forums, and I want to offer some information, suggested information.
Do you have your background playing? Mute your no.
You have some headphones that you could probably put on. I think it's because you ain't got no headphones.
Oh, is it better now?
Okay, yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think I don't hear him. Oh wait, it's coming back.
Okay.
Do you have headphones?
Yeah, let me try calling back.
Yeah, if you got headphones, it'll kill the background noise.
All right, so my man Yankee disappears. See, they always disappear when the questioning gets hard.
No, he here.
Okay. Now again, Mr. Yankee.
What's up?
Now again, Cool Herc. If the Jamaicans created hip hop, we should have been hearing Jamaican music, which is clear, got clear sounds to it. We should have been hearing Jamaican beats, Jamaican patois, and all that kind of stuff in the music and in the rappers. But we didn't hear that. Instead, you hear what we created, and you don't hear any Jamaican stuff until, like you said, KRS-One is probably the first official rapper to incorporate some Jamaican activity into the hip hop. You had novelty songs like Run DMC, that hard or roots rap reggae, whatever it was called.
KRS-One is actually Haitian. That's my check.
No, he's not Haitian. He's Trinidadian.
No, he is.
KRS is Trini.
I didn't know what he is. He had that Jamaican look, but I guess that's close enough.
Okay.
But
he's a Trini. There's a lot of, just like Fight Dog, just like Foxy Brown, they're all Trinis.
Yeah, Foxy Brown.
Just like every girl rapper, every female rapper, pretty much, most of them are Trini. Okay. Latifah, Nicki Minaj.
Latifah?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I got a question for everybody. This is something that OJ said, and I want to get your opinion. He said Africans can't rap. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that seems
the new ones now. I think they can rap now. I
don't know. I to my knowledge, like I don't really pay attention to everybody's ethnic background like that. But to my knowledge, I haven't heard one that was dumb nice unless I've heard somebody and I didn't realize they was African that was nice. So not to my knowledge. So that's all I can speak on is to my knowledge. But then again, I don't pay attention to a lot of their ethnic background other than they black or white or whatever.
All right, what's the name of African rapper? Because I can't think of one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, give me throw some names at me. I'll tell you if they nice or not.
What about Akon? Is Akon rapper? Singer?
Yeah, Akon is a rapper.
No, he's not. He's not a rapper. He's a singer. He's a singer and producer. He's a singer and producer. He actually can produce. He actually is a talented producer.
Yeah, Renee. I'm up here, Renee. You're right.
He's not a rapper. You can't even spit some Akon bars. Akon is not a rapper.
Well, according to FBA standards, he may be a rapper. You don't know.
They won't let me.
He's not a rapper. He's a singer and a producer. That's what he is.
I'm shocked to hear you say that he's a singer. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he is. That's what he is.
Who else you can name, Renee? Besides Akon, who else?
He's singing and producer. He's a hell of a producer, though. He's a Negro, but he's a hell of a producer, though. I ain't gonna take away his talent.
Is it Wale from Africa?
Akon. Oh, yeah, he is. Wale is African.
Yeah.
I thought he was saying
Who?
Yes. And he raps. Wale.
Oh, Wale's African?
Yeah, Wale is African, yes.
Oh, I ain't know that. That's my fellow Redskin fan. I ain't gonna talk bad about him.
Okay.
I like Wale. Burner Boy. I don't know if y'all know of him. Burner Boy.
Oh, what about my man? Oh, I know one. Remember my man Bangs from back in the the Sudanese rapper? Taking the girl to the movies, that shit. Remember that shit?
I don't know that one.
Yeah, look that up.
They gave like a lot of new rappers, but I was trying to find like some older, like African.
Yeah, Bangs, Sudanese rapper from Australia.
Yeah, I was saying I can't really think of
I'm really and I think that part of that is kind of like the cadence or whatnot, that we're used to in terms of, just American language and our slang and how we speak or whatnot. And maybe the cadence, there's an issue with that in terms of like people who are African, they won't necessarily, and Africa is a continent, it's not a country. So people from different countries in Africa, maybe it's more of a challenge to our ear, you know what I'm saying? But it may be to pop into other people, you know what I'm saying, in their culture, like it may be popping to them. Like to them it's popping like, yeah, he can rap, like he, you know what I'm saying? Like he can flow, like whatever.
Yeah, like those British rappers.
Like who?
Like those British rappers, this shit is whack to us, but
Yeah.
they're doing something.
Yeah, like a lot of those British rappers, yeah, like some of them are kind of dope, you know, but yeah, it is a difference in the way, you know, the flow and all of that.
Now, you know what? Now, dance hall, that's basically Jamaican rap. See, so if Jamaicans create hip hop,
to a certain degree.
That's what this shit should have been sounding like. If you think
They
about
just chant. They just chanting over hip hop beats. Like that kind of became a thing. They'll just start chanting over hip hop beats. They'll even remake a song and like bar for bar, but they'll do it in a chatting format over a hip hop beat. I've heard them do that multiple times. Right. Or they'll take the hook and just use the hook and then do something else and everything else and do it over a hip hop beat. But that became very popular in the 90s. Right. The 90s is when all that happened, when you started getting that reggaeton thing starting to happen, and that, you know, with hip hop and reggae.
They still make reggaeton, man. They still make reggaeton.
I don't know.
That shit was a splash in the pan.
Yeah,
that ruined
they do. But reggaeton now is reggaeton is popping, but it's less black. If you feel me. It's less black.
Jamaicans supported that shit too, and they thought that was shit too.
Mm-hmm. RP, you back? Go ahead and just make sure. I don't know. Make sure you got the YouTube off because you still got like.
Yeah, everybody mute up. Let it run.
Yeah, let me mute up.
Okay, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. I got headphones on, and it's still echoing bad.
No, you actually sound good right now. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me join, and I'll start by saying I'm a little more serious most of the time. I'm not trying to dispel the good time y'all are having about the music, but in regard to the summarizations that was being given earlier about Tariq Nasheed and whoever else could be thought of in the future or the past in regards to Black, African, Pan-African, whatever, so forth, so on, ethnicities and so-called races. And I think it was Renee saying that there's so many that you can't really, there's no way to give a definitive. There's no way to really give a definitive on even culture per se now, because we've been amalgamated and what they call creolized, right? That's what anthropologists would call it, so-called anthropologists that I've read and stuff. But I think like I said, it's a suggestion by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. and it's in his book. And I'm going to refer to page 8 and page 25. And maybe this will save the arguments in the future about so-called race. So on page 8, in the middle of the page, it says racism, some initial answers. According to compensatory counter-racist logic, there is reason to believe that there are 3 basic types of people in the known universe: white people, non-white people, and white supremacists. Racist man and racist woman collectively, right? And so moving on to page 25, he talks about 6 major racist strategies, right? And the first one is racial classification confusion. So when we get into deep epilogues about Puerto Rican, Black, Haitian, Mexican, hell, even like Japanese, Javanese, whatever you can think of, these are racial classifications that white supremacists came up with so they could then tag and identify people by culture, by geopolitical boundaries or geographical boundaries, the resources therein, and for further domination. You know what I'm saying? And then also they do it to also stratify these non-white people, overall non-white people, stratify us within a strata that we don't even realize we're just in collectively, non-white people. And then we try to sort through this reification and say, well, you know, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. And I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't have pride or take some type of comfort in what you know is your so-called ethnicity. Is just subconsciously, and then brought forward into the conscious. We have to be mindful that these are paradigms that white people practice racism with, and when we go back and forth and toggle with the stuff like this among each other, it's like, one, we're not getting as much done constructively as we can to try to solve the problem, which is ending racism, white supremacy, and replacing it with a system of justice where nobody's mistreated and everyone who needs help gets the most constructive help. And then we also play these games about who's better and who's worse when we're all still in the system. So that was what I wanted to offer, because I know Elquan Hardcore, we've been on some other talks before about people studying different things. Like I study Kemet for my personal reasons, and also because I do myself identify as an African person. I do believe, personally me, that I have ancestry from that particular geographical so-called area, otherwise known as Kemet or El Kebalan, you know, whatever you want to call it. And so it gives me comfort to study it. But then there are people that say that they're non-white, black, aboriginal from the continental so-called United States, and I respect that. I just say, what are we doing, and what are, like, even people that are considered dominated by white people who speak Spanish, so-called Latinx, and so forth. What is this non-white collective doing now that we're there and we've decided who we want to identify as? Can we get past that and just do what the chairman was trying to do, in a sense, and recognize, hey, it's us against them? Because when it all boils down, they're all white. I study them like I study my handwriting. They will stick to being white, if anything. And I'll mute my line.
Okay, yeah, I want to definitely respond to what you said, and thank you for joining the panel. Like, I love to have sisters come up. It's not too many that come up, so it's good to have you here and contributing. And OJ, I see you. Peace to you, OJ. I'm gonna get to you in a second, but I do want to respond to some things you were saying. I have nothing but the utmost respect for our elder Neely Fuller and all of the work that he's done and contributed. While I agree with the majority of things that he says, I don't necessarily agree with every element. My thing on it is that we are a day late and a dollar short in terms of the whole racial classification thing. And it exists. It exists. We were born into this. We did not create it. So the idea of there being whites and Asian and black, etc., it exists. It is what it is. And in terms of, like, with this movie, they were attacking the Black Panthers. And I understand the concept of, well, you know, these people here are non-white, so to speak, and these people suffer and whatnot. But Black people, African people, get the worst deal out of everybody, and we always have. We were the group of people who were owned as property in this country. You even had Native Americans who owned Black people. And so different tribes that own Black people. So I think it is important for us to understand that identity exists. And that is why we suffer. They've already done the racial identification. That's already here. That's already been going on. And in terms of what's happening now with such diversity and the people of color thing, it is a further watering down of that Blackness. It's the further diminishing of that Blackness that's taking place. That's important for us, I feel like, as a people to understand, so that we try to work against that instead of working for that, with the interracial relationships, with all of that kind of thing. And so while I understand, I hear what you're saying, I understand those works by Neely Fuller, absolutely. It's just certain things that I feel like they just exist. And we're not at a stage where we can ignore that. And while these other groups that are quote unquote non-white, they have no problem enslaving Black people. They have no problem dumping on Black people. They have no problem disrespecting Black people and exploiting Black people in our community. So I think that we should galvanize around our Blackness. I really do. And just on a lot of those premises, I'm probably more in step with somebody like Malcolm X than I am with some of the rainbow things and some of the things that maybe Neely Fuller has said. I'm not as in step with that, but I hear what you're saying. And, I totally understand it.
Can I clarify something? I don't want people to not gravitate to what they deserve to have in their heart, which is ethnicity, because ethnicity is real. Like you said, it exists now, it existed then. Chronologically, when you look at what people call themselves throughout the world, they tell you, I'm a this, I'm a that. So there would be no way that would be known unless those people said it and recorded it, some type of way. But the problem that I'm seeing in general, like just the very top layer of it, is we can't agree on Black, African. like I said, I've been on lives with, like, for instance, Hard Cold, and we had an agreeable disagreement, but it's like, how do you know you're African? That's his perspective. Then I'd be like, well, I know this, I've studied this, I know this about myself, and how do you, and then we're going back and forth about Black, and you know what I'm saying? It's like it's almost like, I don't want to use a metaphor, but it's just easy to get caught on that just that fact and debate and dispute, and like, well, this is foundational Black and this person ain't foundational, and this is ADOS. I can't even remember all the splintering anymore. And then even with the conversation with Claudia, whatever, I don't watch Fox stuff. So even with the results of so-called tragic arrangements, these so-called mixed biracial mulatto people, even them, they have white parents, but they're non-white. They're not Black either. So it's like, do we spend time trying to create definitives still? Do we spend time, pondering over these definitives, or do we recognize the greater beast and try to slay it? And then maybe try to say, okay, well, this is my background, and then maybe even respectfully say, okay, because like for me, I don't care about somebody trying to adhere to a certain type of, ethnic origin. But it's like when we come to like, this is this and that, and we're putting down other victims of racism,
Yeah.
Oh, we got a fellow cows listener. Oh man, that's beautiful.
For Chickadee.
I feel you on that, but here's the part I think that does come into play, and I'm sorry, and I'll go to you, OJ. But here's the part that comes into play. Now I know the FBA and all of this stuff has kind of gotten really wacky and different, whatnot. But in terms of what ADOS represents and what the intention of that is for reparations. And it was to be specified because of identifying ourselves in terms of what we are owed by this particular country. And it was not an intention, at least in my opinion, to be divisive from other victims of white supremacy, other Black people, other African people who are here or even elsewhere, who are in the diaspora, who have endured these things. It's not to be divisive, but it is to set a standard, because many other groups of Black people that are other cultures, basically, a lot of them do look to ADOS. A lot of them do look to Black people in America, even if that's not fully, acknowledged. And so if America is the big fish, and you have the people who were the direct descendants of those people enslaved on this land, and those people are able to pursue reparations, that opens the door for Britain, for France, or whatnot, to pay Black people elsewhere who have also been enslaved under their banner. So I think the ADOS thing, it kind of got out of control with certain people, because then it became a battle, and then the FBA thing. But I do think it's important for ADOS to define ourselves, because if we are trying to be pursuant to the United States government for what is owed to us, we have to be clear on that. So if you have people who are ancestors who are proven to have been enslaved on this land, those people are due reparations. And a lot of Black people from the Caribbean, from Africa, they came here after the civil rights legislation. They came here after a lot of the hard-fought work that ADOS people went through. And sometimes there was a feeling that people came here, were in judgment of ADOS people, that we are lazy, that we are thugs, that we're criminals, that we're no good. And there were judgments of ADOS people against people who were African or from other countries or whatnot. So there was a lot of distrust there on both ends. But I think that we got to come to a point to understand what ADOS is about. ADOS is about saying, hey, and here's my problem, and you can respond to this if you like, but when everyone else comes here and they come and they have their flag and they say, I'm Nigerian, or they say I'm from, the Bahamas or Jamaica or from wherever in the Caribbean, they say, hey, this is our flag, and they celebrate, Haiti or, wherever. It is what it is. Black people who are ADOS never really said anything about that. It's acceptable. It's well recognized. But it was like, as soon as ADOS people said, okay, well, we're ADOS, and this is all hinging on reparations, it became a problem. And so I think we need to analyze that too. Why is it then an issue for us to have an identity when nobody takes that away from Nigerians or Ghanaians or, whomever? Nobody takes that away from them.
Frankly, I think it's just more ramifications from being in an insane system, which is white supremacy, that causes confusion and causes bickering. And we have such severe psychological damage to the point that we're getting a psychosis that Europeans have been having for the longest, because I also study European history, and these are the wars and the the issues that they had before they started seeking other lands. You know, they're very, very cannibalistic people when it comes to identity and culture and just whatever. But you know, I would have to ask someone that is not from this particular part of the North American plate if they have a problem with that or not, if they're a non-white person from the Caribbean or something, and then, you know, like divulge on it later, because I'm not sure. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm confused about, I'm still learning, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff is like I said, it's like, why are we fighting? I don't get it at all. Like last I looked, like for instance, P in my last name is Pierre, right? So people would tell me, oh, well, are you Haitian? I say, I don't know. I'm from New Orleans. I have no idea if I'm Haitian. They were like, well, you gotta be because you look like my cousin. Or your last name, Pierre, you Haitian, but I wasn't born in Haiti, so I wouldn't dare pick up that flag. You know what I'm saying? I don't speak Haitian Creole. Hell, I don't even speak French good. So like, I wouldn't dare not, you know, pick up that flag and try to identify as that. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm an African person essentially, you know what I'm saying? But people are having the issue with that, and it's scary because if most of us on this line are, in my recollection and education, if most of us epitomize genetically from El Kebalon, but we have people that are literally buttressing against that concept, or just that being said, then I'm not sure how far we gonna get, because, you know, this is the one thing I think we can agree with Mr. Fuller. We have to be independently united, or else what are we going to do? Like, we can't keep being splintered in our head. You know, like I said, keep your identity, right? Keep whoever's identity, they can keep it. But it's like after a while, as Black people, African people, melanated people, that again, I assume we think that something about us is from the land of the sun and the land of the Blacks, right? Are we gonna keep, just when is it gonna stop? Because there's no advancement in the current activity. You get what I'm saying? But I do agree. I agree. But it's a confusing situation. I'm still learning. I don't want to take too much of the floor either, because I know OJ joined, and Hotep, to you listen to the cows, so that's cool, you know. And peace to Elquan, like I said, we've been on discussions, and peace to you, Renee and Psycho. I actually got some work to do, but I would just want to add that because I just want us to get better. And I be around these white folks and they watching us, they are laughing. A lot of the refined ones think this is funny, and they know we can't win at this rate. We can't do anything at the rate we're at. So thank you.
I agree. And thank you, sis. And you're welcome anytime to come up and join the panel. So thank you for coming up. And we got Orenthal James up in here.
Hey, what it do?
What's good, OJ?
Hey, I haven't been on in a minute. What's good with
I
know. But oh man, well, she kind of interrupted what I wanted to say. And then, but at the same time, you know what she said? You know, it was accurate, but at the same time, you know, we still do have to understand that everyone else. So, like, absolutely, we should be. You know, everybody should be united against white people, whether it's Chinese people, whether it's, you know, whomever, because they kicking everybody ass. But that's not everybody's mentality. So since that's not everyone's mentality, we have to adapt our mentality to reflect how we've been being treated. And that's, like I said, that's not to say, because I mean, on a certain level, all the splintering stuff, it does sound like some white people crap. Like, that's literally the type of crap white people do. Like, try to find differences and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, you have to make do with what you have at the time, in the situation that you're in. So you can't just, you know, say, "Oh man, I want to be your friend," but you don't want to be my friend. So I just can't keep trying to buddy up to you, and then I notice, oh man, it's a certain a lot of benefits for me. You get those benefits, but then a lot of benefits for you. I don't get those benefits. So at some point you have to start protecting yourself. And I think that's where what she's saying, like I said, it's still correct, but at the end of the day, like that should be what's happening, but that's probably never ever going to be what's happening. And also, man, because y'all made a statement on the I don't know, did y'all want to keep, or can I talk about the music, or because I don't want to.
Yeah, you go back to the music.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was just saying, because people, Nappy Yankee asked the question, hey, why do the white DJs, why are they making so much bread? But it's because the white DJs are actually mixing records, like, because they're doing electronic music. So what happened is, like you guys said earlier, rapping has become more about producers. So, the producers, they make a beat, and then, they give it to the rapper, and then that's the song. But with electronic music, people make beats, and then somebody get another song, and he'll mix that song, and then he'll mix 3 songs together, and then he'll put somebody lyrics on a beat of 3 different beats, and it's the DJ who's actually making the music, as opposed to with the rappers. It's just, oh man, I'm about to get a beat, I'm about to rap on it. Or even with R&B, I'm about to get a beat, I'm about to sing on it. So that's why like mixing doesn't really happen in aside from parties, mixing isn't on like the radio. Whereas electronic music, I don't know if they play electronic music on the radio. I don't listen to any of those stations. But even if they do listen to those stations, they're gonna have mixing on it. But most of their stuff is at parties and festivals where a DJ is gonna be prominent and they're gonna be mixing. And that's why all those dudes are white and they making all that money.
Yeah, I agree. The whole art of DJ, as far as in the hood goes, a lot of that is gone. People are more concerned about making beats than actual mixing or scratching or all the other stuff. And the white boys is on that electronic shit way before black people. Like, we was late on that shit. Like, we was still messing around with wax. Them motherfuckers fucking around with that Serrata and everything else. So, they was, and you could do a whole lot more, even though I don't really, I'm still more of a purist. I think people should mess around with the wax, but that's just me. But that's just me being a purist. But you can do more with the Serrata. I see why they fuck with it, because it's just more you can do. You just got more options. Now you ain't got to flip records all over the place too, and so everything's right there at your fingertips. So they made it easy for these white boys to do what they do also. So yeah, I agree with a lot of stuff you said. As far as like the black people just not into DJing like they used to be.
And don't get me wrong,
No, I was just gonna say, white people love to see white people do things that black people do.
Right.
They absolutely love it.
That's bad.
So when you have, me and Psycho earlier, this was so funny. Earlier I was playing some songs or whatever, and I told him, I said, this right here is the white anthem. They go crazy for this song right here.
What song was you playing?
House of Pain. Jump Around.
Yeah,
okay.
They go crazy when that song come on. They go ballistic.
They go crazy. You know what I'm saying? So they love to see something black people have done and a white person can do it mediocre, because that's what these DJs are doing. They're very mediocre. I've listened to some of this stuff because I like a lot of different types of music. Psycho can tell you. And even though I'm back to the court,
I'm gonna finish with you. I'm gonna say something about that white DJ.
Okay. I'm pro black to the core, but I do like to listen around to different things. And
like that Led Zeppelin.
Nah, not no Led Zeppelin.
She's not sophisticated enough for the Zeppelin, bro.
Nah, but she is a Jan though. She is a Jan.
Okay, but I'm, and when I listen to like a lot of the stuff like Mark Ronson and so many other people, a lot of those other DJs, it's like it's kind of the same thing. You feel me? So they love to have white people do what they seen black people do, but do it hella mediocre. Then they put their little spin on it with the electronic thing, and that's what they do. So that's really essentially what it is. I think that black people, I mean, we support our own music, of course, but they just go super hard. Like you see for Eminem, like we was talking about. To me, Eminem is mediocre. I'm gonna say he's a good rapper, but the way that they hype Eminem up is to the stratosphere. Like they make him the best rapper of all time, right? Yeah. So people love to do that. So yeah, I think that's big with the DJing thing.
And for the record, that music actually that
DJing. If you are aware, but how we are and how our mindset is as a race of people right now, that when white people take up something and a white black person put them up front, it's like gold to black people. They say, "Oh my God, you could scratch like this." It's wow, it's amazing, because they know that they are conditioned the whole world, including our people, that these people are gods to us. So anytime we do something that is always innovative, they take up what we put down and then take and turn it and make it 100 times better. But really, when we think about it, we really analyze them, it is hella lame as fuck. Like Eminem, I was never an Eminem fan, but I can see why most niggas hype Eminem, because this man's a Caucasoid. You said best, Psycho, when you did your live stream a few weeks ago about Eminem. This little dude from Detroit sit down, and then all of a sudden, he's almost up the face of the next big thing. Because that's how most Negro, especially black men, they market type of other groups to us or the world. Because they see that, you know, we do a good job and people buy our music per se, because white people buy our shit. But let's have a white person doing the same thing. Now you quadruple your money. That was the whole scheme and end game. So when people try to say that we throw away this rap or music culture, we actually hand it to the devil. And they'll pay us, we hand it to them.
I was about to say, because electronic music, that's like house music is black people music. But whatever reason, they the ones who they gravitated towards it. And honestly, because Renee said they mediocre, but nah. Like if you ever been to a like a little electronic party or something, man, they be fist pumping and they be having a party jumping, man. Yeah. Like everybody, they be shuffling, like they be doing all kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. They be in a trance and then everybody be dancing and then the chicks be going. It's fun being there.
OJ, yeah, I'm not saying it's not fun, but a lot of that is mediocre. Like if you go to a black club where they really getting it in, like they getting it in. Like at them places, a lot of them they be on ecstasy and all that. Like it's a whole experience for them to do that. You know?
Yeah, but the black people they be on drugs too though. Black people be just like remember. Oh, and I was gonna say another thing about the dancing too though, because I want to harp on that real quick. Just because we talking about how they stealing stuff, but like the South actually had dancers for a while. If you remember, like some people, and then St. Louis, that's Kansas, or I mean Missouri, but they remember Slow Down. Slow Down was a dancer, and then if you remember, they had Mr. Hit That Hoe, the Dallas. So there were dancers. It just didn't take off really. But if you remember, like jerking was popular. It was people who just jerked. They wasn't rappers or nothing. Yes. And then with crumping as well.
And yiking.
I said it tried to make a comeback. I said it tried to make a comeback about 15 years ago, and then it took a pause again.
Yeah, no, I don't know why, but honestly, now people are dancing. They doing those little lame TikTok dances, and they all stiff and corny, but people still technically are doing dances. I mean, if you remember the what's my man Drake? What was his not the right foot, but the other one where they go outside and dance in the car?
Yeah, I guess. It's not the same as it was.
But it's not cool though. It's still you can't be a dude.
It's not the same like it was back in the day.
You love me? Are you riding?
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody was trying to dance. Like now, people dancing are the people that actually can't. You don't catch too many people dancing that don't know what the fuck they doing. Like I ain't saying everybody's the best dancer, but like back then everybody was trying to dance. Like dancing was the shit to do. Like everybody was trying to do it. Even the people that didn't know what the fuck they was doing, had no business doing anything. Like, you know, like it was just the it thing. Like I just don't get that feel anymore that dancing is the it thing to do. It's kind of like, you know, the people that know how to do it, and everybody else just watch.
No, I feel you. Aside from the TikTok dancing, though, because everybody be doing the TikTok dancing horribly. Whether they
horrible
catch on or whatever,
people start copying, you know.
Lord Jamar had made a great point about Eminem, which is very true at this point. He said a bunch of things about Eminem, but he said, when have you ever seen Eminem played in a club where a bunch of live niggas are hanging out? Like,
never.
When have you
nobody about to play My Name Is. Like,
but he was so right, and I'm like, because Eminem, if you like, okay, he's a white guy that raps, and by the way, if Everlast's career was a little longer, he was actually just as good, if not better.
Yes, absolutely, I agree with that.
Just as good, if not better. Okay?
Absolutely, because really, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but when he said that, I'm like, damn, you're right. Because you never really heard Eminem played in a black club. But also, as a rapper, everybody's putting this guy in the
Except
top
for that Lucius cut.
Wait, hold up a second, though. Look at some of the people that Eminem battled. Moby, Christina Aguilera.
Yeah, those aren't battles. He's just picking on people.
Yeah. You understand? I mean,
when you say he battled who?
Even guys who's not a battle rapper went after Jay-Z. He has one thing under his belt. What does Eminem have? And people are when those are who you're attacking, Britney Spears, I'm like, how is he?
I've always criticized these people that love it, because I come from these battle rap circuits, and these motherfuckers used to always talk to me about fucking Eminem and call in the show and debate me about whether or not Eminem could survive in today's form of battle rap, like, you know, like the URL smack shit and everything else. And I always told him, like, Eminem fuck around and get cooked. He come up in this motherfucking red, like, unless he's like, depending on who he's battling. If he's battling somebody who we consider a B class battle rapper, he'll get cooked. We wouldn't even have to set him up with an A battle rapper. He could be a B battle rapper and still he'll get cooked, because he ain't built for that style and that format. That format's way different than battling on a diss track. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, and not only that, but Eminem, he doesn't really like people. I've seen people like write out lines that Eminem wrote, and it's not even that good, but they'll just be like,
he got a lot of words,
man,
with the words.
But no, and that's the thing. Eminem doesn't really have that much wordplay. He has a lot of shock value that's masquerading as wordplay. Like I remember being hyped on this as a kid. He said in Slim Shady, in My Name Is, he was like, I lay myself in a bed with a bulletproof vest on and shoot myself in the head. Like that's not necessarily that's not deep bars. But
he
that's
got some
crazy,
wordplay too. He got wordplay.
But it's not.
That is
But let me ask y'all guys a question.
That is the same stuff that he does, yeah.
But let's be honest. Let's be fair. Since the IG popping right now, a lot of artists come back try and sing over and battle each other. Imagine they put Eminem and he decided to play around with that bullshit. And it makes you think, who the hell they gonna put in front of this motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? So he get embarrassed. That's the question.
Here's how you got to look at Eminem, because people, the thing with Eminem, and he even said it himself in that song White America, if he were black, he'd be an ordinary rapper. So with Eminem, anybody who says that he's head and shoulders, I kind of look at him like you look at the white athlete. Like if you find a really, really, really good white athlete, like Dirk Nowitzki, he can shoot his ass off. He is a great, great, great shooter. But it's not like you can't look at a black athlete who can probably do the same as him. I mean, who'd you choose, him or Kevin Durant? You understand? I mean, Larry Bird, again, another great shooter, but you can find a black version of, you can find someone who could square up with Larry Bird. But name the white version of LeBron.
He don't exist.
And not only that,
but the video game Larry Bird be going off though.
But they be going. A lot of black dudes be caping for Larry Bird, man. I hate when dudes say Larry Bird in they top 10, man. I hate it.
He is. Wait, hold on. Talk about. Do you mean top 10 small forwards, or do you mean top 10 players?
No, they top 10 players. They be like, man. They be like top 10 players. They be like Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, Larry Bird. I'm like, dude.
I will say this. He was the best small forward for a while, and then LeBron knocked him out, and I don't even think he's number 2 no more. I think Kevin Durant knocked him under him. So I think he's top 3 all time in small forward. That's small forward.
You cannot find a white version of Shaq. You understand? So whenever people mention Eminem, who he can rap. Oh, by the way, he had a few albums where he bombed, and he came back he like a whole decade of blackness. And then he came back. What black
That's true.
Does this? So when you look at who he's battled, when you listen to his rhymes, I mean, you can find like 10 other rappers that could knock him off. It's just that he's white and he appeals to a lot of these, a lot of blackheads. Let's just keep it a buck. And I'm not saying that he's untalented. I'm not saying he's untalented, but I'll tell you this: he's not the best. To me, there's a bunch of white rappers that I can say are just as good as him.
Like when you said Everlast was dope. Like Everlast was kind of
nobody listened to no damn Everlast, dude.
Don't forget, Everlast turned into some rock star.
Yeah, Everlast was like a rock dude more. He was like more of a punk, not punk pop, but like a metal pop. I mean, a metal rap guy.
But I'm saying like he had a nice flow to him, like for real. Yeah. Like Everlast was pretty dope. He was pretty decent.
They all had that white boy. They made this shit for white people. That's why.
But whenever people mention Eminem and say how great he is, just understand you can find another black rapper that's just as great, but you cannot find any white rappers or white rappers that are you can't find a white Nas. Or White Rakim, you can't find
white people. That's supposed to be Eminem.
All right, who's the guy who tried to take Tony Stark?
Action Brunson.
White rapper, I forgot his name.
Yeah, I'm talking about Action Brunson. He tried to rap like Ghostface.
Absolutely, he got
a. And Action Brunson got way too much fame and popularity.
Yeah,
and he went and dissed Ghostface too. He was like, Ghostface not rhyming like this no more.
Yeah, the Action Bronson blew up. Like them white people love him. Like he's getting all kind of money to this day. He's been able to do all kind of different things. So it just goes to show like what I mean. They want a white person to do what a black person does.
And let me tell you why he blew up and why Eminem blows up. Because you have these black legendary rappers that cape and co-sign these dudes when they don't have to. This is why I'm like Action Bronson. He took a lot of his style from Cool G Rap, and those two were interviewing DJ B.A.T.E, and G Rap was co-signing.
A lot of people took G Rap style. A lot of people.
And this is why I'm glad when Ghostface checked Action Bronson, and then Papa Wu checked him. That's what needs to happen, but these guys don't do that. I don't know why.
Because I think they need their energy and possibly trying to feed off of some of their fan base.
Yeah. Yeah. And to you guys' point, a lot of these it's a lot of new white rappers that are actually really good now. But it's because they got classes and stuff on
you
rapping.
better not say that you better not say that. What's the dude from Kentucky? What's his name?
Who? Jack Harlow? Is that him?
Yeah, you better not.
I like Jack Harlow.
Boy, bye.
I like Jack Harlow. He basking in his whiteness and swagging on being white. But at the same time, like these white rappers, I don't know, like they don't be having no soul or nothing, but they be good rappers.
I'm not gonna say he's a bad rapper. I feel you, but it's definitely something to be desired. And like they're good. They're good for being white, essentially.
I'm not even saying. I'm saying they're objectively like Jack Harlow is a good rapper. Like his sound, his voice is good. His songs are good. Like every song I heard of him is good. But like I said,
be real. He's hella mediocre. He will be a mediocre black rapper, don't you think?
Not really. No, Not really. Not compare, especially comparing him to a lot of the rappers now. He's not mediocre. He's a good rapper. But the thing is,
okay, compare him to Polo G. Compare him to Polo G.
I don't know who Polo G is.
You
don't?
I don't know. Out of Chicago, wow. Well, you need to.
I don't keep up with.
He's one of the younger people that's actually lyrical.
I only keep up with the young LA dudes, really. Most of the young rappers I don't really keep up with. But
stick of the riffraff.
If you got a flow, then you're worth the listen. Believe it or not, and y'all kill me for saying G-Eazy has a flow. He has a decent flow.
Yeah, G-Eazy not a bad rapper.
I can't deal with y'all on that one.
He's a decent rapper, but I wouldn't put him. I wouldn't jump on his nuts and say, "Yo, did you hear G-Eazy?" I'm like, nah, he's just a dude that got a decent flow.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're good, but they're just, I don't know what it is. They just all bland. Like they all, like how people say unseasoned food, but that's how but they're good though.
Essentially, unseasoned food. But see, what they do is they put them with the right beat, with the right producer, the right beat. Everything got to be sculpted right. Like they can't rip a song where like the beat is not everything. You feel me? The beat is everything, and then they got their little parts in there. They got to put features, like hella features on it and stuff like that. Like these people can't really. They're not lyrical. They can't like carry a whole song by themselves. Like no,
they don't all have features. Like Jack Harlow, he be by himself a lot. Like with his last song, Tyler Hero.
But
that's the latest song I heard.
But his biggest songs thus far, are they not features?
I guess I only heard a couple, but I'm just saying he's a good rapper. Like as far as like they're all technically sound. Like basically, like they're all like even like in how they are in the NBA. Like they all got perfect form. Like as far as shooting, you know, they set their feet up right. But they just don't have the rest of it a lot of times. Like that's basically what I'm saying. Like everything they do is technically sound. It's just
can't carry a song like their own. Case in point, Post Malone.
Absolutely.
No, I gotta disagree with that. Post Malone, that White Iverson. White Iverson, that was one of the best songs I heard in a long time. I was disappointed it was a white dude. That was one of the best songs I heard in a long time.
I did like the song. I'm not gonna front. I like the song. However, are we gonna really act like he was really spitting?
Nah, he wasn't rapping either. He was kind of singing. Post Malone's kind of a singer.
Exactly. So it's like it's catchy. It's a good song. Like you come on, you be like, okay, whatever the case may be. I wasn't going crazy about it, but it was a cool song. But it blew up because White Iverson, you know, the white boy who's supposed to be hanging around black guys type thing, the same Eminem appeal. And then what happened with Post Malone? He went country or whatever the hell he's doing now.
He started out as a country artist and then he switched over to get notoriety.
Yeah.
And now I guess he switched back. Is what I was saying.
And like Charlemagne the God, when Charlemagne the God kind of checked him, like he was kind of like asking him questions like, you know, what's up? Because these people they're able to jump in and out. And so he could jump into hip hop and blow up essentially. And on White Iverson, like I said, it's a cool song or whatever, but it's not all that. Like, and it's not, he ain't spitting, he ain't really bringing nothing to the table that's really new. And then, like I said, once he got on and he kind of started being accepted somewhat in the hip hop circles, and beyond that, his songs were blowing up. Then he went country and whatever he's doing now. So, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't even blame him because all the rappers be getting shot. So I wouldn't even want to be. I wouldn't even want to be a damn rapper.
He ain't black, so he cool.
Believe me, I always wish they would shoot some of these white rappers.
I know.
The only rappers that
Tekashi ain't been shot.
The only rappers
that's true.
Shot, and Tekashi will probably be next. The only rappers that get shot are the rappers that do that drill shit. Look at all the rappers that got shot and killed. And
it's not only drill rappers though. Even though it's mostly like the drill rappers from Chicago and Toronto and stuff.
Yeah.
Listen to their lyrics.
Even then, regular dudes getting killed too. Like Mo3 wasn't a drill rapper.
No,
Yeah.
have you heard some of that dude's Lip Mo 3 from Texas, right?
As far as I know, I never heard his music, but most Texas people they more like sitting sideways type dudes.
Listen, I'm not saying that he deserved to die, but a lot of these dudes, they say shit on their records and it just comes back, like what he said about Yellow Beezy, who got shot up on that highway, and he made fun of that and just made a rap making fun of that shit. That was serious shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, yeah. I mean, these guys say some crazy shit. And then this dude goes on the same highway and they run him down and they just spray him. They put a lot of shit out there, man. I'm not saying they deserve to die, but a lot of these rappers that get shot, just look at the shit they push out there. And I'm surprised, like with Tekashi, I guess when you walk around with the cops and all this protection, you know.
But
you calling him white?
But I feel like they harder. But black people always harder on each other, to keep it a buck. Like we always harder on each other because I get that. I guess they were using Tekashi in terms of like money or whatever and all that or whatever. But it should have been no reason Tekashi should have been able to come in and infiltrate.
He's not even a good rapper. He's just like, I don't even know what. He's not even a rapper.
It was the black dudes who gave Tekashi credibility. They gave him street cred. Like this dude had rainbow hair. You feel me? Why should he even be accepted amongst Bloods, amongst any black people, period? He's a plan. And he was accepted amongst them. He's Mexican and Puerto Rican. He ain't black or none of that. Okay, this boy, yeah, and then he was accepted. He running around talking about nigga. And then what did he do? You had hella black dudes who went down, who got like 10, 15 years in prison. This dude barely did a couple of years. He got out on some coronavirus stuff, and he running around here doing whatever he want to do. You know,
and trying to fight people while he on probation or parole or whatever. Like this is crazy.
Absolutely.
But yeah, he probably is the fan of something like I said.
He is.
Anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle, I accept.
Yep.
They all fail.
Yep. Let's go.